on each measurement before they're aggregated and put into the aggregated together or whatever.
Right.
When they ask for measurements of flat Earth, we can give them those 21. Can you post those 21?
I can.
Yeah, post those 21 for us so we can use it next time you guys ask for measurements of flat Earth. Thanks, Bacon.
What about the other 32 that are better for globe?
Okay, cool. You got measurements of spherical Earth. We got measurements of flat Earth. All right.
Maybe the Earth is a cylinder. So we have two flat parts and a curved part.
Yeah, if that's what you want to go with, I mean, you could do that, but...
You fucked us, Bacon.
Oh, taking an honest look at the data. That's all.
Yeah, honest look. Coach, always ripping you, bro. Honest look at the data. I like that, Bacon. Very good. How do you feel about Bacon's... Hold on a second. How do you feel about Bacon's last statement, Coach?
It says, well, if you take an honest look at the data.
Yeah, honest look.
Yeah, I don't think that if you complete his sentence, I don't think he was talking about you'd result in what you're resulting in, dude.
An honest look at the measurements, which are the observed, which is what he looked at, the measurements. He took an honest look at the measurements and came up with 21 of them are measure flat Earth. Go ahead, Barrel Rider.
Yeah, so they did all these observations using an auto level or whatever it was they used back in the 1800s to measure these angles. And they gathered all this information about it, did a bunch of different measurement of angles. And what they came up with was something that wasn't really conclusive. Am I getting that right?
No.
So what you're saying that it proves or it is evidence for a globe?
It's evidence for a globe, yeah. When you aggregate the data together.
No.
Yes.
Absolutely. We have 21 measurements that are evidence of flat Earth. Bacon just told us.
Yeah, Bacon did say that, but what he didn't say was that you were supposed to look at a single piece of data and take that as the conclusion to the whole data set. You got to look at the whole data set and see what it's telling you. And
bro, okay, I have 10.
If we look at the whole data set, some of them are some of it points to a globe and some of it points to a flat Earth. Is that not right, or is there something that I'm missing?
You're right. The ones that conform to the flat Earth are the ones that are within the error margin at the beginning of this graph that I posted. The ones that are bunched together, and like the red line results is the red line is the flat plane, and the green line is the predicted globe. And in the very bottom there, with the local ranges, yeah, you can pick a piece of data from there, and it could go in either direction because it's not on its own. It's not accurate. Or it's not the precision of those measurements, or the error in those measurements are below the precision of the tools.
Yeah, I think that line below there is kilometers squared.
Where did you get that plot? Did you make that yourself, Kosha?
No, I didn't. Stark Otter gave it to me. I'm not sure if he made this or
Who?
Stark Otter. He was in here yesterday.
Oh, can I say one more thing? So like they took all these measurements, but we can't use any one of them to prove our point. So what you're saying is that you take them all together and then you run them through some kind of a, error margin. You do all these calculations, which you say then is evidence for a globe after you've done all these things with the information that the raw data that you got from the observations. Is that right?
Statistical analysis is what I would call it. Yes.
Right. So you have a physical analysis, you put it all together, and then you make a bunch of you say, well, these things that we'll do to all these observations will be conclusive. I mean, someone had to come up with that idea of saying, now we're going to put all these things together and we're going to use a certain method that's going to show us what the Earth is. And so it isn't really conclusive either way, as it seems like to me, because you're taking the raw data and then you're putting some like theoretical ideas on why it would be right to do it this way or interpret it that way or this whatever way you think might be the right way to do it. You're sort of ignoring that it hasn't been conclusive enough. The observations haven't been conclusive enough to show one way or another, unless you put it through some kind of theory that you have about the way it should be.
Well, if I understood correctly, what Kosho posted there. Here's the thing, Barrel. Do you think if I'm try to get spherical axis in my backyard, would that be conclusive for is flat Earth, for globe Earth, or that's a very small area and shouldn't be conclusive for either? What do you think is the?
I bet Bob can find it in his backyard.
Rather than address that, I'd just like to say is that we've been told by people in this arena, different globe earthers or whoever it was, that they had conclusive data that showed that the Earth was round using a spherical excess. Isn't that right? That we've been told all this time, but when you really look at the raw data, which we don't really have the raw data because didn't they do something before they wrote down what the raw data? I remember hearing.
We only have cooked data
well,
here.
That pretty much eliminates noise.
Hold on a minute. Didn't what's his name? The guy that came up with
averages. Go ahead.
Oh, didn't he? Who's that?
He said that they don't have. Let me help you out here, buddy. They said themselves. McToon told me that they don't have the actual data. All they have is the averages of said data, which they don't have.
Right.
Which is usually more accurate because you get rid of noise. But
right.
Anyway,
but it sounds like you're kind of comparing like orange juice to orange drink a little bit.
I'll let Barrow finish his point because like he did.
For some reason, I'm so old, I've forgotten his name. The guy that just went to Florida who dug all this up.
Austin?
Whitsitt. Yeah, Austin Whitsitt. He said that, and I haven't looked at the data, so I don't know, but he said that they don't really show you the actual measurements. What they show you is an average of the actual measurements. Am I right about that?
No, that's incorrect.
They didn't cook it before they wrote all this down on this PDF that we have. They didn't do anything to the data.
No, there's two things. And this is what we tried to go over earlier. There's a difference between in each individual measurement at each individual station, when they took the angle, the surveyor most likely, if they wanted to be accurate, they most likely took the measurement more than once at the same place and recorded their measurement, 5 times, however many times, took the average of that location, and then used that as the measurement of the raw data. So the average of the measurements that they took at that station, that was recorded as the raw data. And you're accurate to say that, well, that wasn't each individual measurement, but that is the accurate way of recording these sorts of measurements, is by not just one measurement.
No, it isn't. You don't have the actual recordings of the data. You don't have that, admittedly.
No one's saying we do.
No, you don't. Ask McToon.
Yeah, we don't. We're not saying we do.
They didn't give it. They don't.
Well, no one's saying we do.
You have nothing then. So you have nothing.
Wait a minute. So what we have is an average of observations. They took an observation, a bunch of observations at a certain place, and then they averaged those, and then they wrote that average down in this PDF. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's important to note that they didn't average.
Right.
They didn't average multiple measurements, like multiple positions as averages. It's the averages. It's like we tried to use an analogy earlier of like say that there's 100 2x4s, and we were tasked to measure all of them. they didn't take the average of all the measurements. It's just that each 2x4, let's say I was measuring the 2x4s, and I took each 2x4 and I measured it once, and I measured it twice, and I measured it 3 times, the same 2x4, and I just took the average of whatever measurement I got, so that it was more accurate than any individual measurement at that location. But I didn't average together. I didn't average together all the 2x4s. I just averaged.
Right. That's what I said, though. That's what I said. They went to a certain place. They took a whole lot of observations. They wrote down those observations. Then they said, let's average these. One location, huh? It's the same. It's the same observation. You're just averaging the results. So
that's a valid way to do it.
Without having.
So we don't really know.
Without having the original result.
Right. We can't see the raw data.
But
what they're doing is they're averaging a bunch of observations taken at the same spot. They write that down on a paper. They go to another place and do the same thing. They draw some averages. I'm not trying to argue which way is right or wrong. I just want to know exactly what they did so I can make a decision on my own. Now,
okay, but
they've told us for years that these were like, I mean, as far as you guys would let it go, empirical tests of curvature using spherical excess. But what we're seeing really is that it's based on a lot of averages and formulas and stuff like that. It's not like someone went out there and said, yeah, here we have raw data that shows this. No, it's not that.
Barrow. It would be worse if they did that. If they just plotted, like they took those angles a single time and noted that down. Because sometimes when you're taking a measurement, you make a mistake, right? And you don't know that if you don't try and measure it again. If you measure it 4 times and you get more or less the same thing, an average between those 4 measurements is very accurate. But if one of those 4 times, for example, you forgot to put a 0, that measurement is an order of magnitude off from the other. So that one's crappy, and you can either do it again or use the other 3 that you already did.
You're just telling me a story of what might have happened. You don't really.
No, this is the description of what happens. At least that's what I got from Kosher.
No, you're giving a story. The fact is, you don't have the measurements. You admitted you don't have the measurements. All you have is an estimate of said measurements, which you cannot produce. Period. End of story.
I'm explaining now why we have is better than if you only have one raw measurement for each of those angles. That would be worse because you can make mistakes when you're taking a measurement, and you won't know that if you stop there.
You're just making something up and saying, if we had this and if we had that, it would be better. You don't have this, you don't have that, so it can't be better.
No, dude, just first of all, this is what it says. Go ahead, Vic.
Go ahead.
This is what it says. This is what measurements make sense. Let me just tell you, in the case of the measuring the wood, imagine that there's 2 sets of data. There's a set of data that I measured each 100. I measured each 2x4 one at a time and wrote down the answers or the measurements on a piece of paper, and that's one data set. You call it the raw data. But then another data set would be SC, Jeremy, and yourself. You each measured each piece of wood, and you took the average of all 3 of your measurements for each piece of wood, and the data that you guys wrote down was the average of y'all three's each 3 of y'all's measurements for each piece of wood. And which data set would you expect to be more accurate? I would expect the data set to be more accurate, the one that was measured multiple times, like Bacon said, to take out that sort of anomalous or mistaken mistakes in measurements or whatever. That's why when I measure stuff,
that's what they did. They measured all these things, they averaged them together, and some of them showed that there was a concave Earth. Some of them showed there was a flat Earth, and some of them showed that there was a globe Earth.
None of them showed a concave Earth.
No shows flat Earth. I mean, no. There's no one
below 180. I thought there was some below 180.
There are some below 180, but there is no one that matches exactly 180. At least that I found so far, given the 50 some.
None exact. none of them match the flat Earth perfectly. Like you say, 180, but some are below it would be concave. Some of them are above.
Not
So they
necessarily
took all
concave.
these average. What?
Hold on, I've been saying
Not
the wrong
necessarily
thing for the
concave.
past 2 days. Below 180 isn't concave because if you have a plastic, say you had a plastic sphere, and you drew the spherical triangle on it, on the outside you could be looking at the triangle, it'd be more than 180, and then on the inside, if you were to do the same thing, it'd still be more than 180. So
Whatever.
Really clever, dude.
it's not
Whatever.
spherical though. Not any either way. Under 180 is not spherical.
The
Very
thing
good
that
analogy,
Whitsitt-
Jeremy.
the thing that Whitsitt was bringing up, I think more than anything, whether this proves that it's a flat or globe flat or concave, what it shows is we can't really look at this data and definitively say what the Earth is by looking at this data. It's evidence for whatever you want to call it, but like
But
Whitsitt
not
was-
because the averages.
like Whitsitt was saying, it isn't the be all and end all of like how people have been bringing this thing out, this spherical excess thing out, as being some definitive proof for the globe. It's not.
I'm not sure. I didn't get
And
to all
I'm
triangles
not
yet.
saying that the Earth is a globe or flat or anything like. I'm not arguing that. I'm just looking for conclusive evidence. And from what I can see from all this, it's not very conclusive. And
Right, but
and that's what
if
we've been told for years. It's like everything else we're told. It's
I
this
get it.
constant thing, or we have this, we have. Okay, I won't go on anymore. You've heard my spiel, and I don't really need to argue. I don't want to argue about it.
I love your passion, though.
Yeah, I'll just say that. I mean, if you're saying that that's inconclusive because each individual angle is an average of n measurements, we don't know how many. It might be one, it might be many. They might take averages when they doing the reading. At least that's what I understood from it. That's a
So
bad
you
argument.
think-
If you're on an argument, if you're arguing basis on that, saying, oh, because they took averages, then it's a crappy data. That's a bad argument. If you want to say that it's a crappy data because you have angles that add up to less than 180, and also a bunch of like the measurements are all over the place, that's a good argument. That would be an acceptable reasoning to say this is a crappy data, but not the averages argument.
So
You know what would be an even better argument?
You're going to look at this data then.
A better argument would be.
Let me speak.
I tried 3 times to talk, bro. Every time I tried to talk, you seem that you want to talk over me. 3 times now. I back down from.
I'm sorry.
you.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Finish off.
I just want to say, so you're going to look at this data and say that it's conclusive.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't say it. What about Kosho? Is that conclusive that the Earth is a globe because of this data?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Essie.
Can I, before Essie, well, not Essie, sorry. If you're still here, say what you got to say, sir. I was going to say, Stark Arter is here. At least he's in the chat. He's the guy who gave you the data sheet. And also, before we continue, the data we've been talking about, specifically the one on Whitsitt's meme and stuff like that, it's very short ranges, very much the ranges that the error margin is within the measurement, the excess is within the error margin. But there's pages like this one which have distances that are outside the error margin and much wider. Some of these are over 70.
You didn't get to those yet.
Yeah, right, exactly. And all of these ones on this page, none of them are below 180. All of them are above 180. In some cases, more than 10 arc seconds above 180. All of them, which is the case on that graph as well. The case is
getting there.
Yeah, on the graph, you can see that the data is aggregated together. It's bunched up together when it's at the local range because of the error margin, because the measurement is within the error margin, so you can get it above or below where it needs to be. But as you go further and further and wider, it more lines up with that green line because it's conforming to the data.
We have 2 things here. One is you're telling a story based on a fact of averages. The main takeaway here is you don't have the raw data to back this up. Number 1. Now, even if you did have that, your information is inconclusive. you have results for one side of the argument, and you have results for the other side of the argument. So at best, you have nothing here, just a story that you've slanted towards your way, because the results show both things. And
only
the
if you ignore the error bar.
Yeah, exactly.
One last thing. The most important thing is it's based on fantasy because you don't have the raw numbers.
Well, we went over that, and you can call them not the raw measurements, but I would say that is, I don't want to use words like desperate or something like that, but if you were to really seek inside and say, are these raw measurements, or am I desperately trying to say they're not, just because they're averages? When in any other case of a measurement, if you took the average of the measurement of that single thing, that's still the raw data. That's not, I mean, it's not, there's no corrections being made on it. There's nothing like that. It's just the same measurement taken 3 times, 4 times, maybe just 2 times, same position, measuring the same thing, and just seeing if they are precise, like not precise, seeing if they're accurate, like if they're around the same measurement.
Average. Yeah. There's no way to sell this, bro. You're trying to sell a stinky old car full of rust. Smoke is coming out of the muffler, and you're telling me, bro, brand new car, shiny. Look, I just waxed it. I'm telling you, bro, the thing stinks. The dust is all over. It's rusted. What are you talking? You're trying to sell a rusty old car, bro. It's not gonna work.
The difference is I'm not selling it as a Mercedes. I'm selling it as a car. It turns out that it is a car. I've proven it's a car. It does run. It's moving. There's smoke coming out the back. That's not important, but it is a moving car. So that's all I'm showing to you, is that this data fits what we're claiming it is. It's not a car. It is a car.
That's desperate, bro. That's desperate.
Another thing to think about is that whatever tools they were using back in what were they using back in the 1800s to do these measurements? Do you guys know?
Theodolites.
They were using theodolites. Okay, so and they were taking measurements at a single spot, and they were coming up with different numbers, different angles, weren't they?
They're slightly different. Yeah, you mean
right.
like
well, we don't really know how slightly different they are. We don't have that data. We don't have the original data before they averaged it. What it's showing, if they had to average it, that means that every observation they took came out a little different, or probably every one of them. Some of them might have came out exactly the right. But the thing about it is you got to look at it like this, is that using those theodolites at those distances, they were coming up with different numbers. So right from the get-go, you would say, well, this isn't a conclusive way to do that. It's just like your 2x4s you're talking about, Kosho. If I went in there, Jeremy went in there, and Kosho went in there and measured a 2x4, then we'd have to say that measuring tape was not a way to get a perfect measurement.
There's no perfect measurement. There is no perfect measurement. So yeah, one thing.
And there's some that vary quite a bit. So what I would say right from the get-go is we can't really say that any of this is conclusive. Not only do we not have the original data that they used to make the averages, they came up with a bunch of different angles readings right from the get-go. So it shows that whatever they're using is not accurate. It's just like our 2x4s.
It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. If you're measuring,
to me, it's very, it's very, I would say, okay, if I'm going to go measure a 2x4, wait, just hold on. I hardly ever talk in here. Just give me a minute. If I was to go measure 2x4s, and each time I measured them, I came up with a different reading, I would say that was not a good way to measure the 2x4s if I needed to be so exact. To base my whole cosmology on some measurements that are coming out all different.
We all get the point. You're just making it longer.
Okay, I'll shut up then.
Right. If you're taking the same measurements of your 2x4 and you're getting a millimeter difference every time, you're getting pretty much the same value with a variation of a millimeter. That's not an inaccurate measurement, right? And if you're averaging that, you're probably going to get a very good estimate for that oscillation of your millimeter. Like if half of the times you get an extra millimeter, and the other half you get 1 millimeter less than the other ones, then you're probably you probably have half a millimeter there. That's why you keep getting sometimes more, sometimes less. So taking an average is a more accurate one than just averaging once. And just because you're getting different values doesn't mean that's a crappy value. There's still an error bar, and we can still make claims within the error bar, which in your case is 1 millimeter.
But we don't know what the real readings were. So like on the 2x4, yeah, we could come up with a millimeter on the 2x4, the 3 different readings on the 2x4, but with this, we don't know what those 3 measurements were. It's like we're looking at the average, but one could be way off. One could be way off. 2 of them could be way off.
Yeah, we usually, yeah, that's why they take, that's why they take many readings. And if you realize 2 of them are way off, probably you did something wrong when you're doing that, because all the other ones are agreeing with each other. They might oscillate around a certain value, and when you take the average, you get that value that they are oscillating around, which is a more accurate reading than just taking a single time. Again, the only reason why we know.
Are you saying that an average of different measurements is better than one actual good measurement? Is that what you're saying?
No, you added the actual good one. I didn't say that. If you take a measurement once, if you take a measurement once,
we'll just average 3 bad ones.
No, if you take a measurement once, and you take a second time, and it doesn't match your first time, then some of those are wrong. You take a third time, and it's now a third different value, but it's still close to the first 2. If you keep doing that, you might never get the same exact value doing at the same time. But
what are you talking about? I got a 2x4. I got a 2x4. I take out my tape measure. I measure it. Right. You're gonna tell me if I measure it twice, I'm gonna get a different measurement? 3 times, 4 times, the measurement can be different.
You might get different, yeah. Because the
you guys are listening to this.
The shape of the 2x4 might not be like perfectly symmetrical and all that, and you might get different sizes.
Dude, not only that, but I'm reading that they took an average of a meter to actually determine what they were using as the definition of a meter. That they did this thing with this iron bar, and they took like 7 different measurements of it and took the average of that, just to have an established meter that they could use.
Okay. Let's bring this to a regular folk language so we can understand. I want to build a balcony, right? And I have 2x4s, right? Am I going to measure each one by one and make sure they're, let's say, 5 foot? Or am I going to just chop a few of them and like average? I'm going to guess at the, I'm going to average out the height. What am I going to do? How am I going to cut these?
You haven't been paying attention. So that's cool. But they're not averaging all the wood. Okay. They're taking the measurement. They're taking the measurement for each piece of wood by measuring it several times, and then taking the average of those measurements of each piece of wood. And then only that measurement is only inclusive for that piece of wood. It does not have anything to do with any of the other pieces of wood.
Those averages. So I have 24 beams. Are you saying I'm gonna measure each piece of wood 3 times?
Yes.
And move on to the next one. 3, average it, then move on to the next post. Yes. My God, you'll never build a balcony.
Well, this is how they build it.
You guys should listen to the stuff that you say, man.
This is how
it's unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see a flaw in using averages. Like, I don't think that is that big of a deal, right? Like, it would be useful to know all of the measurements that were taken to determine what that average is. Like, that would be useful information to have. I'm not necessarily concerned with the use of the averages, right? Because you have things like coastline paradox and things like that, where you have to, at some point, for lack of a better term, draw the line as to where you're going with measurements. My contention with a lot of this is it seems to be that somehow accuracy is becoming, and these measurements are becoming increasingly more accurate, quote unquote, to the globe model as you increase with distance.
Just let the record show that they don't have any of the actual measurements.
Absolutely.
They only have the average of the actual measurements. There's no provided actual measurements, just provided averages.
And Napon's being reasonable because even though, like I said, the only reason that I even said that this morning was just because there's corrections that were done later that you don't want to get these confused with the original averages or whatever. So it's easier to just allow those averages to be the raw data and just move on to the actual like the things that that seem to be problems or whatever, because we don't want to confuse that with the corrections that were made, because there were corrections that were made. There was another averaging sort of thing, like weighted averages, and that kind of thing.
What are you talking about,
so I have a
man?
question.
What?
I have a question regarding the process here. So within what's taking place are these azimuth angles that are being measured?
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, that's what I call them. I call them azimuth angles, but you can call them the horizontal angles. I mean, whatever. I'm not sure.
Right. So you don't really have refraction type issues with these, but what you may have a problem with is establishing where you're drawing this azimuth angle from, right? So does anybody know how these measurements are made, like the process in setting up the equipment, where you're establishing your azimuth and your angle off of whatever longitude or latitude that you're allegedly doing this to? Like, is there already a grid that's set up? Let's just say we want to do this, we're recreating this, and we're doing it in my county, right? What am I going to start with? What am I going to set up to? What am I going to measure from? How am I establishing my horizontal, my level, my angle, all of this stuff? Does anybody know how this all takes place to where we might figure out where errors could occur within our process?
I'll tell you where the
not
first
necessarily our measurement.
I'll tell you where the first error could be. If you're familiar with the Schehalian experiment, they found that when you're near mountains, plumb lines aren't plumb. So there's your first, could be your first error, because they're using plumb to get their horizontal, obviously.
That's a contradiction.
I'll be honest with you. I don't know. Stark Arter would be a good person to ask about it, but I've always wondered about what exactly they're aiming at and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I know in principle how it would work, but I don't know in practice how that actually works.
Because that's my big question. Because in order for me to make like an informed decision on the data, like first of all, I'd like to know how it's gathered, what the process is, like where there could be possible error to take place, to know whether a shorter distance is typically going to be more accurate, right? Because that's where we seem to have the discrepancy, is within those smaller triangles. But everybody's like, oh, dumb flat earthers think the small triangle is going to have more excess, and it's like, well, if we're doing this to find spherical excess, isn't that an incorrect process to start with?
When you do find, like I said, when Stark Arter or whoever, now don't just ask anybody, because I don't want like somebody to just guess the answer.
Dude, it was Phil Ko. It wasn't Stark Arter.
Stark Arter is my guy. He's the guy who fucking came to you and said a bunch of shit.
No, the guy that came to me was
you don't
Phil
remember,
Ko.
dude, but Stark Arter was all over your fucking asshole about that, dude. And every time you brought it up, he came in there with the fucking shit and he told you it was what. And you guys would bore everybody because you would talk in detail about it. Something that, not like I just didn't want to look into the whole fucking doc. I saw like 1 or 2 pages. I didn't want to read the 900-page document. But he knew all about it already. So he's the one who talked to you about it. Phil Ko did too, and so did a couple other people. But I know Stark Arter was the one that I remember who knew more about it than the most of them. And he still does, apparently, because he's still in here dropping shit.
What's there to know? You guys don't have the original measurements. It's all talk after that. You have nothing, bro. I don't even know why we're entertaining this conversation at all.
Well, fair enough, SC. But if you move past that, you'll find that there are still problems that you can latch onto that will make this argument persist. So there's no need to focus on that. And I think that's what napalm is. And I apologize for calling you dishonest earlier, because now it seems he's being a bit more. He's honestly asking the same questions I'm asking, because I also don't know, and I'm curious about that, because I can make assumptions about how those are made. Like, for instance, if they know which direction to like the other stations are at, which I don't know how. Yeah, so yeah, again, like I understand what you're saying about the further distance being more accurate, but the accuracy, basically the error is, for some reason, maybe it's the same. I'm not sure if it's the same. You know what? We can look. You know what? We can look at it. We can actually look at it. I posted the document. And it shows you the corrections. So actually, the corrections for these measurements are actually less than the ones. Is it less or the same? Let me see.
Yeah, Kosho, napalm may have been generous and grant you the first get out of free jail card, right? Grant you your non-reality. I won't grant you that. I want to see the raw thing, or you have nothing. I won't even move past that, because if your assumption is based on an average that you don't have, you have nothing in my eye.
Well, I don't want to put anything in your eye, but I will tell you that the corrections, yeah, they look actually basically consistent. So the corrections look like they're consistent in both cases for the longer distances and then the shorter distances.
Corrections to what? You don't have the original.
No,
what are you correcting?
The corrections are based on the measured data versus the assumed spherical data. So they take the predicted spherical.
But you don't have that. You don't have that.
You don't have predictions for the sphere? Yes, we do. So we take specific. We take predictions for the spherical excess on a perfectly round sphere. We subtract the measured angle, and we end up with an error. And we add all these errors up, and we put this into an equation that we then later use to give a weighted to help get a weighted average. It's a complicated thing. It's the root, mean, square, error thing. But that's just to establish an error. But the reason I'm looking at that is because I'm looking at the correction column is representative of what the difference is between the spherical prediction and the observed angle. And it looks like if you look at that column and you look at the column of which it's mean, which is much closer ranges, they're just about the same sort of values, like within less than an arc second or somewhere around there. So
you're starting off with an assumption of a sphere. You're doing now backwards engineering.
No.
So once again, another assumption.
No. Yeah, somebody's been saying this last night too. It's not what's happening, dude. The root mean square error is a tool that you use to determine like a way to like a weighted average. And so in that equation, you have to subtract the prediction from the measurement, and then do the fucking root mean square, and then you do the calculus, and there's a whole bunch of shit you got to do, and you end up with a value that you can use as a weighted average. So if it's close to that, then you'll count that as more valid, and if it's further from that, it's less valid. That kind of thing.
So how do we verify this if we don't have the original data? We just have to take your word for it?
Yes.
Sorry, Bubba. Ain't gonna work.
You don't have to
once again, you have nothing but a story.
It turns out we do have the original data, dude. Like I said, it's easier to just call it the raw data.
You don't have it. Admittedly, you guys don't have it. Unless you can produce it and go against McToon. McToon says it's not available. It wasn't produced.
What would the difference be between any single raw measurement of a location versus the averaged, measurements of that same location?
Well, we'll be the judge of that. We'll see the data and we'll compare it.
I know what's the difference. I know what's going to be the difference.
One of them is going to be
have
more
one.
useful, and one of them is going to be less useful.
He will have one excuse less to get rid of the data,
Okay.
and one more because the other one doesn't have averages, so they're more accurate, less accurate. The measurements could be off. The guy who took it will never know, right?
You know what, dude? Let's fucking track down these people who wrote this document, who did these measurements. At least a couple of them, and let's find like their like old journals. They probably had the notes like scribbled somewhere. They never threw it away. Maybe. Would that help, SE? Would it help if we did that and then we saw that those values were strangely close to the values that are written down, because those values are just the average of the ones that they actually took?
Well, yeah, it would help. It will bring us closer to the truth. Yeah, but right now we're missing a piece of the puzzle. We can't complete the Lego because we're missing a wheel or we're missing one of the blocks. We can't complete the story here.
Do you know what's the error bar, Kosho?
For which one? It's different for all the measurements.
Really?
Like I said, you got to take the meme that what's it has there. That top part, that's the error for 13 different measurements only. So yeah, I don't think they take an error for all the measurements. They just take them for I guess local stations or whatever, like local, like I guess in small groups. So like I said, 13 of them, and then they do the root mean.
Page 75, second triangle. You know the error bar for that one?
Page 75. Sure, hold on.
Second triangle of page 75.
Wait 1 second. Yeah. It says 1.16 arc seconds. Second triangle.
Yeah, second triangle.
No, but it's going to be the same for the entire group. So even though, for instance, like for this one, they took 12. So this one includes 16 measurements. So yeah, so that's this entire group. So all 16 of these measurements are used to create that error, that correction. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, averages of measurements, not measurements.
Well, no. This is different though. This is for the calculated the RMSE. So Bacon. So they took these 16 on this page. There's 16 different triangles, and they took the spherical excess, or those. Sorry, they took the spherical angles, and they took the observed angles, and they subtracted them, and they put them into that equation. So they summed them all up, and then they took the took the what is it, the integral, and did the square and the mean and all that type of shit, and then this is what they ended up with, 1.16 arc seconds using this set of data. So it applies to that one, and it applies to all the rest of them.
So that's the maximum each angle can be off?
No, that's not the maximum. It's just they call it the probable error.
Okay, so that's not the error bar.
Well, it's not the error bar, but it's the probable. This is what they use. I mean, this is what they call it. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, there's no error bar then, or is there?
There's no error. Yeah, I guess not. No.
Right.
I'm not the best person to ask, man.
Oh, in this room, I think you are.
Yeah, but that would be.
You're the best I have so far.
That would get you in trouble, man.
If it was one of us asking Bacon, he would have came up with a story.
Came up with a story? No. I mean, this is just what it says. That's the probable error. I know how that's calculated. I don't know. Actually, I do know how it's applied. It's applied by that the thing that Stockarter posted that I reposted. He posted it again. So you see what Stockarter posted again? He posted all of these are corrections made to it. Oh, he says he has 131 triangles in a spreadsheet in case that saves you some typing. Just so you know.
Okay, so the probable error is of a single observation of a direction. So to get an azimuthal angle, they were getting two azimuths and taking the difference. Is that what they're doing? So for each azimuth, there is 0.67 arc seconds. So each angle has twice that. The whole triangle has 6 times that. Is that it? Bar?
I would not think so, but I don't know. I mean, I'm just at this point. He's telling me something that because I thought that those corrections there's corrections are made for each individual set, but I guess this is a correction made out of the whole. I guess all the sets put together. I'm not. I'm assuming. I don't know.
Hey, Bacon and Kosho, could I ask you guys a serious question? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Okay, when you guys think, sorry?
No, go ahead.
When you guys think of a problem, for example, like this right now, do you think of it in a practical, logical term? Do you try to make sense of it in your mind as objectively? Or do you think of it, because both of you guys are programmers, do you think of it in mathematics and in spreadsheet and in that kind of a sense? How does your mind work? I'm just curious, if you don't mind.
I see no separation between thinking logically and thinking mathematically. I mean, it's
I don't understand.
I didn't say mathematically. I didn't say. I said like, well, maybe I did say that. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? Do you envision like, do you put it in a spreadsheet? Do you think of it in terms of what could happen in a program, like, or do you think of it in logical and concrete terms, like a triangle, or how do you envision it? Do you envision it in reality, or do you envision it, I guess, mathematically or in a spreadsheet?
Well, when you're envisioning mathematically, that is trying to picture it, how reality would be. So, like, I don't see a distinction. Like,
well, you can make a case, logic and math, right? You can make a connection there, right? But you see, me, I don't think of things in those terms. I think of it, can this actually happen? You guys, let's say pressure, for example, right? I look at the practical terms, I look at the machines, I look at the seals, you guys, you just think of torque numbers and you say, well, this is an equivalent to 14.5 psi. Blah. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I don't see that as non-natural. Like, I don't know. I still don't see the distinction.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. If you work out a pressure problem in your head and it works mathematically, right? Wouldn't you then want to try it in actuality and put it in a chamber and see if it does actually work?
Sure.
So, but that's what I'm saying. How do you think when you think like the problems that we think of now, right? How do you what avenue do you use?
Well, to me, if the observation already exists, I can see if the logical part of it matches the ideas around that observation. Like celestial navigation, for example. So there's already many people that have logbooks and stuff like that. So the measurements, the observations are already there. Now, what does the math of it tell us? So, given that I already have the measurement, I can then do the math part of it instead of the other way around. But I can also do the other way around. I can start with this is what I should expect to see given where I am in this time, and then I can go out and measure that. So I mean, when it's doable for me to do something, I do, but not always there's a doable thing to test, right?
Yeah, but in this case, you are accepting the undoable because you're accepting an average of measurements that you know don't exist, and then you're making a story based on that. Either way, I'm not saying either way. Yeah.
I don't know they do not exist. What do you mean? I know they don't exist.
You know that the actual measurements are not there, admittedly, because they don't have them, they haven't produced them, but yet you believe in the averages based on these non-existent measurements, And you're even going further. You're making a story out of it that this means that.
Oh, that's the reason why people take take averages of measurements. It usually makes it better because it gets rid of noise and outliers.
Yeah, you're not addressing the issue. Anyways, we're gonna be going around in circles. I think I made my point.
Well, you were making a point like, how do you get to experience your globe? And he's like, oh, celestial navigation. That's how I experience my globe.
Yeah, yeah.
That to do.
Oh, that was one example that I actually did things like I did
You got a
three
positive
star
attitude,
sites.
friend.
Sorry. Yeah, never mind.
It seems that when you guys are pressed, right, put against a corner, you really don't have anything to base it on except the belief system. Think about it. In just about every instance, gravity, time, space time, uh, things shrink when you travel. People age slower. The speed of all this stuff. You have nothing really. Nothing. There's no substance behind the claims. The only thing you guys have is you can point to the sun and say, look, the sun sets. And even that, right? But that's the only thing that I could
Of course not.
possibly say, okay, the sun. That's all you have, man. That's it. There's really no other substance to your model at all.
Well,
Gravity,
I think it's
pressure.
right below your nose.
Sorry?
I would say it's right below your nose. You just don't see it.
You claim speed, you claim rotation, we don't feel it. You claim there's gas next to a pressure, there isn't. You claim
Not
motion,
next.
crazy miles, it's not
Wait.
there. You claim
We claim
gravity, you can't prove it. You claim time dilation, you can't prove it.
yeah, one thing at a time. I don't claim time dilation. I never claimed that.
Well, that's part of your model, bro.
It's part of the model, not part of the Earth being a sphere.
Time
Like
dilation is an essential part of relativity, bro. It's part of
This
your
isn't a
not an
model.
salad bar.
essential part, not an essential part of Earth being a sphere. Like if we figure out tomorrow relativity is wrong, we're not gonna think, well, maybe the Earth is a donut shape. No, that doesn't change anything about the shape of the Earth. It might change things about galaxies and stuff like that, but not about Earth being a sphere. That doesn't change any of that.
So that's your rebuttal to all these things. You have nothing. That's your rebuttal. It doesn't
Oh,
change.
I can't rebut all those things at once. Those are very different subjects and not easy subjects. I can't rebut like 6 different complicated subjects in one sentence. Wouldn't be fair, would it?
Whatever. You know, bro. You know you don't have anything, bro. You know it's just
I do know I have
assumption.
things. I have a lot of things. I'll take the sun, for example. If you tell me the ground position of the sun and the position of any observer, I'll tell exactly how high in the sky the sun would be and in what direction. Just by placing those two positions on the sphere. That's basically it.
That's what I
I
told you.
have a very hard time doing that in any other Earth.
That's what I told you. Didn't I? I'm the one that brought this up, and I'm being honest here now. The only thing that you guys can argue, and arguments have been made against it, is the sun. That's the only thing that you have that you can somehow say that, look, it goes under, it goes around, you can't explain it otherwise. That's the only argument you have in your model, right? That it can't be proven
No,
either way, but that's your best argument.
no.
Everything else
Many of
is
the
a
other things that you
fantasy.
mentioned, many of the
Everything
things
else
you
is a
mentioned,
fantasy. You can't prove one iota of anything else in your model.
well, it sounds like you don't want to talk about it. You just want to say there's no evidence, right?
No, I brought it
I
up, bro.
respond to you
I'm
and keep
giving it
saying
to
that.
you on a platter. I brought it up. Remember who brought this up? Me.
Yeah, and you keep talking about it. You don't seem to be interested in any of the response.
Go ahead, tell me, what's the sun made out of? Want to talk about the sun? Go ahead. Tell me. What's it made out of?
Yeah, I wouldn't claim I know what the sun's made
Tell me
of.
how far it is. You don't know shit, bro.
Oh,
You
it's
don't know
much further
nothing.
than the moon. I can tell you that it's much further than the moon. Because I can't get any parallax for the sun, but I can get for the moon. So the moon's much closer.
See? Parallax. Nothing concrete. Nothing
That's not
positive.
concrete?
Story.
That's not concrete?
No, it's not.
Don't surveyors use parallax triangulation?
No, it's not. No, it's not concrete. No.
Okay, so
By
nothing's
you
concrete.
triangulating the sun, you're gonna tell me you know what it's made out of?
I didn't say that. What the hell? I just said I know the moon's much closer because the parallax on the moon is very visible, very noticeable.
Maybe you do. So what? Let's say I give you that.
You
Okay, you
say
know
it.
the moon is closer. So what? What
Right.
then?
Well, if you know that, you can use that then to get the distance to the sun if you're using
No, you
time of
can't. How did you
of
measure? How did you measure the distance to the moon?
with a sextant.
It's beautiful, man. It's just beautiful to listen to you guys fumble over and over and over again.
See,
It's fascinating,
you don't get into any depth on any of the arguments. You just
bro. You
here's
have a
something that is
sextant to measure
counterintuitive to
the
you.
distance to the moon. You're trying to sell me snake oil? Come on now.
Okay, so I magically got the right number.
You got nothing. You got nothing. You
Okay,
got a
says
story.
you.
You got a story given to you by some Greek guy 2,000 years ago. That's all you have, bro. That's it.
Okay, so
Period.
regardless of the answer, it doesn't
One
matter.
of
It's
my
in your head.
ancestors conned you in, bro. That's it. And you bought it.
Yeah, answer says you what?
Yeah, he's one of my ancestors. Yeah.
Who? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Your boy who gave you the triangulation, Eratosthenes. Is that who you're talking about?
Uh, I don't know.
I know you don't know.
I
I know
mean,
exactly.
doesn't
That's
matter.
my whole point.
Like trigonometry works regardless on who made up made it up.
Bro, if you think you know the distance to the moon, if you think you know the distance to the sun, that's fine. You can live in that fantasy world. It's not a problem. The people that know reality, right? They know you have no clue. They know you've been
No,
sold a story, and they know you've bought it, and they know that you're trying to claim the intellectual high ground in conversations with the stories that you've been fed.
but
It's
I
very
know the
simple.
distance to the moon is relevant, like for navigation.
You
I
have
know that.
no clue what the distance to the moon is.
We
None.
have because it's used in navigation, and we pretty
No,
much
you
depend on
don't.
that.
No, you don't. None.
Yes, I do. I already measured it, and it's the same value people use for navigation. You
Yeah,
have to
you
use the
think you
value,
do.
otherwise I get lost.
So then you can figure the distance to by that um, by that calculations. You can think you can figure the distance to Polaris or the
No,
other stars.
no,
Sorry,
no, I can't
why not?
because my sextant only has 6 arcseconds of precision. It's not near enough to get any of those.
Right.
Yeah, if I try to use my sextant to get parallax of Polaris, I'm gonna get zero parallax, which means that either my tool is not sensitive enough, or the Polaris is infinitely far away. So I'll go with number one.
So once again, you have been sold a story of a cosmology which you have bought
Yes,
hook, line, and
I heard
sinker.
that.
You come here every day,
You
try to
heard
sell
that.
it, and we're not. Me, I'm not buying your snake oil. Period.
I get it.
So
Yeah,
that's it, basically.
yeah. Yeah, for some reason, none of the people that don't buy it can do a star fix.
Sorry?
For some reason. And none of the people that don't buy that story, this fantasy story, knows how to, for example, do a star fix, a 3-star fix.
You can
That
do
would
whatever you want, bro. You can do
I know
backflip.
I can.
You can be number one in calculations, right? You
You
can
could
write
win
a
the Super
thesis.
Bowl.
You can win the
Yeah,
Super
but
Bowl.
none of that requires me to know the shape of the earth.
There's
Navigation does.
nothing that you can study. There's nothing that you can do that would reveal to you the shape of the earth. The shape of the earth was given to you. Now, if you
Right.
can't see or accept that, then you're just lost, bro.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you don't want to talk about a subject, why bother bringing it up?
Talk about anything you want.
Okay, I see.
You cannot prove that you know the shape of the earth. And everybody knows it. Now, you have to accept what you've been given, right? You have two choices. You either do what I do or you do what you do. Now, you accept. Me, I analyze. So it's up to you, bro. I mean, it's a free world.
Yeah, you can apologize to us now or later. Just joking. That's just. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched. Hey, Slick, you want to come in and talk about your camera? I did watch this. Yep. Come on in. Let's have a discussion. Another fantasy story you've been sold. You've been told that a camera could work in crazy conditions, take perfect pictures in an environment that cannot happen. It's another story you've been sold. You bought it hook, line, and sinker. It's astonishing. Astonishing. If I was to tell you I took a camera and took it underwater 100 feet and started taking pictures, a film camera, what would you tell me? You're insane, right? But yet you believe that they took a camera 250,000 miles away in a condition that would have rendered that camera inoperable. But
Oh
you
yeah.
believe it. Yeah.
How does it render it inoperable?
Have you looked any of the stuff that we've been posting the past
No, I'm asking you
month?
because obviously you'd have, right? I'm just curious.
Is this stone? I don't talk to people like you, man. You can go shovel some dirt somewhere. Don't talk to me.
Gosh, you're a smart SE.
You ain't worth.
So it's the
You ain't
witty
worth the
responses
sole of
that I
my
come
feet.
here for from you, man.
It was that simple question, SC, that you asked him. You shouldn't have done that. Have you looked at anything we posted?
Oh, wait. Was there a question before that? Was
When I
it just
said
a simple
SC,
question? Hey,
when I said
Rocky, you're in the
SC,
same boat, man, with this idiot, man. I don't know why he's.
did he just call me a name? Where are we
Hey,
at
M
here? What's
Stone,
going on?
hold on a second, M Stone.
Oh, wait,
Don't
Rocky, I'm
talk,
sorry.
don't
I'm
talk
sorry.
over
You're a
people.
really
Don't.
bright guy, man. Sorry. You're a special guy. I apologize. It didn't.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute you, bud, because you're just literally talking right over me when I'm trying to tell you not to overtalk people and don't call people names. All right, it's in the server rules. So if you can't follow that, then we'll have to start issuing warnings. So just be courteous. Don't call people names and don't overspeak people. Go ahead.
So, Slickwood, you want to talk about the camera? I'm here. Let's do it. Let's see what you think this guy has here on the camera.
Considering I took photography when I was actually a photographer for a while, this should be interesting.
Is this liquid?
How slick is it?
You probably went to school too for photography, right?
Who's speaking right now?
I'm speaking to you. Have you attended any type of education for photography?
Stone, I told you, you don't even get this to clean the dirt off my shoes.
Oh, well, thanks, man. So that's a big no. You haven't had any kind of formal education in photography. Thank you.
For the record, I took photography in high school. I shot with a film camera. I developed
Yeah, what happened in the
film.
1970s really
I
doesn't
put
matter
it.
anymore.
Mute him. Can you please mute him?
Immediate overtalk. This is amazing.
Yeah. For the record, I took photography in high school. I passed it. I took pictures with a film camera, developed the film
Okay, but
in the
you
dark
didn't
room.
make it through high school. You've
Then
told
I
us you
took
failed out of high school in 9th grade, bro.
Then I took the film that I developed, put it in an enlarger.
You never went to high school.
Exposed the film. Then we took exposed it on the paper. Then we took the paper, we put it in the chemicals, and then we hung it up. I did the whole procedure from beginning to end. Thank you.
I used to do that. My brother set up a developing station in our bathroom. We shared a bathroom, and I took it in middle school actually, and we developed film in a dark room then. But I don't remember too much about it. We just did shutter speed and
So you have no
stuff
training.
like that. But when me and my brother did it, it was at our house. He had pretty fancy cameras, and
So is it a
just
DSLR?
helped him develop it.
So
any
you're
camera-
claiming to be a photographer, and they're talking about
I'm claiming to be a photographer. Are you saying that there's some question as to whether I'm a photographer?
Dude, you gotta let people finish. But you gotta let people finish their statements. Okay, you can't just overtalk people. I've already warned you once about that. So your claim was that you were a photographer for a short period of time, right? And they're speaking about developing film, and then you ask them if it's a DSLR. That leads me to believe you have
he said he had a
no
fancy
understanding.
camera.
That leads me to believe you have absolutely no understanding of photography.
Oh, really? I don't have a understanding of a photography.
So if I was developing film and you asked me if I used a DSLR, would that be a coherent statement within the world of photography?
No, it wouldn't be. But my brother uses a fancy camera. Isn't a really a fucking. I don't really know what you're talking about there.
I said absolutely nothing about my brother using a fancy camera.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Rocky. Were you not listening?
So he was speaking about developing film.
And he said, my brother has this fancy camera. And I go, oh, a DSLR?
Is a DSLR a fancy camera?
I don't know. Is it? I don't know. Is it?
No, you can have very rudimentary DSLRs.
DSLR isn't even really produced anymore.
Okay, well, what's a fancy camera then? Because I wasn't really asking you.
I think right now would be mirrorless.
Just here to waste your time. That's all he's here to do.
Mirrorless could be fancy. I mean, back in the day, Hasselblads are fancy, right? Leicas, those are pretty fancy cameras. Depends on your terminology.
Yeah, wasn't you that said fancy though? So I'm not sure what you're doing defining it for me, but that's okay.
So back to the original issue before we got rudely interrupted.
No, let's have an intellectual conversation.
The camera, the said camera, the argument is that that camera wasn't weathered. And my argument is that That camera, there's no way it could have functioned on the moon. I've asked them to show me proof, blueprints of how it was weathered for pressure and various other things. They have nothing. The only thing they've done is they painted the camera silver and some other cosmetic things. That's it.
What are you talking about? I gave you all those documents last week. Did you read them?
Don't waste my time, Kosho. Don't.
Oh, so
waste
you've been
my
given
time.
you've been given evidence, but you're just too busy to read it, or
I gave 7 pretty thorough documents from NASA PDFs, and they all exclusively about what they did with those cameras and how they took pictures in space.
Yeah, and none of them, we've been through this before. None of them addresses the issue of pressurization. Correct, Kosho?
Yep.
Which, show it, post it.
Remember the chemicals that they described?
Post what I just asked you. Pressure.
Okay.
How did they pressurize the camera?
Why would they pressurize the camera?
Oh boy. Here we go.
So what they would do is they would ensure that the film and what was it called, that what's that stuff called that's on the film?
See, you don't even know what you're talking about.
I don't know what the word is. I know you know what the word is.
Don't make me embarrass you, please.
What's that word
Well, he
called?
switched to film. He doesn't know why. What would you have to do
He
with
has
the
no
lens?
clue. He just came in to
Tell me
counter
what
me. He
that
doesn't know what
word
he's
is,
talking
dude.
about.
I don't have to fucking.
The emulsifiers. The emulsifiers.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So
There you go. Zanek had to come in.
I don't know why you did that, SC.
No, that's wrong. Emulsifier is something else. It's emulsion.
Yeah, whatever the word is,
right.
whatever the word is.
It's emulsion.
They describe
Emulsion?
specifically.
say that
Yeah,
again?
take a mulligan.
Used
You
because
take
they're in
an
vacuum.
emulligan?
Yeah, take a mulligan on your emulligen.
I'm going to say it again for the 100th time. The film they used had the emulsion, had gelatin in it. Various other chemicals with zinc. Was made of
Like, you mean
plastic.
Jello?
And that does what?
Exactly.
What is
Jell-O.
your understanding of that?
So now, this would not function properly.
Why?
In a vacuum, it would outgas, it would damage it. Very simple. I've said it 100 times. And if you can't understand that, that is on you.
Yeah, so what I read in these documents that I pointed out to you was that what they used for that was a series of chemicals, metallic ones, and specifically a polyester based base. Do you remember that?
Right. And what did I tell you? I'm going to tell you again for the 5th time. Listen.
Jelly?
Listen. Try to get it in this time, okay? Ready? The gelatin that they used in the film has never been synthesized. So no matter whatever else you say that they used, the gelatin would have failed in the vacuum.
What?
Okay, I'm listening.
That's it.
Well,
Go
why
research
does it fail?
Go
Why?
research it. Go learn.
Oh, so you're not going to tell us?
It's called outgassing.
Oh, so it looks like Slickwood. He posted a video that I've seen him post at least 20 times in the past
Yeah, I
couple of
watched
days.
it yesterday. What about
And
it? Which part of it?
he says they go over that in the video.
Oh, he says. So you don't know.
I haven't watched
right?
the video. I've only read these documents.
So why are you talking then?
Because I've read the documents and they also say
Why isn't Slickwood here talking? Why are you talking then?
because in the documents they said it as well, and you're not
So
paying
not the
attention.
video that you just mentioned. So not the video that you just mentioned, which you didn't see.
Essie, let me help you.
Kosho.
You're acting desperate again.
You have
this
the
is
desperation is yours, my friend.
Behave this way, man.
You came in with an example of a video. I asked you, did you see the video? And you said yes.
Reading something in the
Why
chat.
are you talking about the video?
Because he's writing it in the chat. I've seen him post it 20 times.
So what did he say? Explain it.
Explain it. In the document, but it's also in the video that he's posted.
What? Explain us what in particular. Go.
He says it explained all the modifications in the video.
Which ones in particular? Go. Give us an example.
I haven't watched it. I just told you I haven't seen the video.
Exactly. So you're just talking, Kosho. Thank you for making my point.
Okay, the modifications that you're talking about specifically are in the document that I posted. I gave you.
Show me. Show me.
I gave you this.
Show me. Post it. Show me.
I
And
gave
if he
you
Show me
shows
where
you
they
what will
made the
happen,
and you want me to
vacuum.
pull it up
Show me
again?
the modifications for the vacuum.
and if
Go,
he
Coach.
shows you that, what will happen? You'll just deny it, not understand it, something.
Bro,
We're talking
don't
about
talk to
if.
me. I will not respond to you. Do not address me. I told you, don't address me. I don't want to talk to you. I will never address you a question of yours.
But I
You're the
love
dirt
you.
on the bottom of my shoe again.
Kosho's reasonable. He'll post it.
Yeah.
Posted it already. I'll post it again.
What did you post? I want
You
the
didn't read it the first time,
specific,
SP.
the specific thing on the vacuum. The
Yes.
specific thing.
Yes, that's what I posted. Yes. So all I have to do is search my name.
Where?
And I got to go back and I'm gonna take a picture of the thing I already took a picture of and post it again. Okay. So give me a second.
You have a million things here. A million things. Well, what is it? Which one?
No,
Show
he's
me the
getting it.
particular thing. Show me a blueprint. Show me something of how they pressurized the camera. Go.
He said he's going to take a picture of it.
All right.
He kind of put you down, why he was saying all that, but it's just tactics. But he's going to
Yeah.
post. He's reasonable.
Yeah. Hey, maybe he found something I didn't.
Now, to be honest, because I've already done this for him specifically for him. No one else.
Right, but it's no big deal. It's not like you got anything better to do, right, Kosho?
No, I do. I have to leave now. So
okay, see you later.
I'm trying to do this. I'm trying to do this so I can hurry.
Have a good day.
But I appreciate that.
Be careful.
So yeah, I have it here. Here you go.
Thank you.
Here's the which one is this? I just make sure because I posted some screenshots from the documents. I'm just making sure this is the right one. So hold on.
You're not gonna just post something to say that, hey, we did this and that. You're gonna actually post something showing the actual modifications, right? You're not gonna tell me, oh, we did this and that. You're not gonna just post somebody who's saying that, right?
I'm posting the
Let's be
document.
clear here.
Describe what they did and why they did it and what they tested to know that they need to do it. It's all in the documents, man.
That's right. I want to see the testing. I want to see the examples.
And you should open the links. You should open up the links I've posted then because it's all in there.
No.
That's what those 7 documents are. They're only about the camera.
Just show me that part, Coach. Don't talk. Show me that part.
It's all those things, dude. The testing. I'm going to show you what the chemical is that I told you. But if you're going to want to know what testing they did, that's going to be in there too. And I'm not.
Yeah, show me what they replaced the gelatin with. Yeah, I'm interested in that. And show me the weathering, the pressure, how they pressurized the camera.
In the 1970s, SE was in a black room, and he was developing film. Kosho, you need to remember he's very talented. He's very knowledgeable about this subject.
Did you say he was in a black room?
Is that what they
call it in photography? I'm not an expert like you. You went to college with it or whatever to the black room. Is that where you went to develop your photos?
Room.
Oh, you went to the black room. That's where you must have had a lot of chemicals, I guess.
You know what I mean, right?
Doesn't even know the name of the room.
Not quite that old, bro.
It's the black room, bro. The shadow. I like to go to the shadow realm and make my photos.
Wait. What is the name of the room? Because I called it the black room too.
Oh no! Good God,
it's called the dark room.
It's a dark room.
Dark room. Yeah, no, I did. I called it the dark room. That's right, not the black room.
Hey.
You'd be an idiot to call it a black room.
Hey Stone, I have a question.
You called it a black room, didn't you?
Hey,
no,
Stone,
I said dark room. They just reminded me.
I called it a black room.
Hey Stone, I have a question for you. In the dark room, or as you would refer to it, the black room, when you're developing prints, what color is the light in the room typically?
Did I just tell you that I never fucking developed pictures, man? I never did. Guess why? Guess why?
Because you were drunk?
No, man, because we were using digital fucking cameras, bro.
So digital cameras, you don't develop any pictures with digital cameras?
I'll still take he was drunk while
For
he
a
was doing
paper,
it.
or are you retarded, bro? Are you fucking like? Have you ever done photography?
Yeah, I have actually.
Like in this century, in this last couple of 20 years, have you done any photography?
Yeah, you can print them out, right?
Well, I mean, do you need to develop film like it's the 1960s in a fucking dark room, man?
Oh man.
Well,
it's like you're on the middle of a fucking ice rink covered in vegetable oil.
Well, I mean,
trying
seriously,
to
as a
find your way
professional
out.
photographer, man, how many people do you know that fucking develop in a goddamn dark room now?
a lot.
Especially working for a fucking paper, man. Oh, but you couldn't do that either, man.
Oh, I couldn't? I mean, I literally
No,
grew up
you
with a
couldn't
darkroom
write
in my
stories
basement.
and put photos together. I guarantee you could.
You're right. Correct. And I didn't grow up with the darkroom in my basement either, developing my own film. You're right. And my cousin didn't work for a paper either as a photographer. So I
And my
probably had
cousin didn't work for
no
a paper
recollection.
either, man. I worked for a paper for the military, man.
Military paper. Military photographer, huh?
Something like that.
So, Kosho, what's going on?
I don't know, man. I'm having trouble.
So
Forty.
the reason photography was brought up is in reference to the moon landing. So did they have DSLR cameras in the moon mission?
46Q is my MOS, man. What are you
I
talking
don't
about?
care about your MOS.
I know
bro.
you
Nobody
don't.
cares.
I know you wouldn't care about somebody's actual job.
So, what do you got here, Kosho?
I'll just what you asked for. I gave it to you already, so I'm just repeating the same thing you asked for last week, and I gave it to you, and give it to you again.
No, you didn't give me.
I'll
This is
say
the
the
first
same thing I
time.
said
What is
last
it?
week.
What do you got here?
The links are going to be all the information, piece by piece, and these are specifically the answers to the questions about what was used in the emulsion, or what was
Tell us that part. What was used in the emulsion? How did they replace the gelatin? What did they use specifically, Kosho, to replace the gelatin? Go.
okay. So as I told you, there was a what do you call that? Polyester base, but
That's the
specifically says
film.
the
That's
light.
the
Yes,
film.
that's right. I see. Specifically, there is a light-sensitive element of photographic materials consists of one or more extremely thin coatings of silver halide microcrystals embedded in a colloidal medium like gelatin. These coatings.
Exactly what I told you, right?
Uh,
Go on.
wait. Hold on. A colloidal medium like gelatin. Do you understand? That we're like what are you talking about this outgassing, or like outgassing is one thing, but you're talking about like evaporating.
Outgassing. Do you know what outgassing
Yeah,
is?
outgassing is one thing, but I mean that's outgassing is going to happen even with metals, so I don't know what
What's
the
Exactly.
colloid?
Exactly.
yeah
Now
What's
that's
you're
going to happen.
catching
colloid,
on.
That
Kyle?
happens with anything. I don't understand what
Colloid.
Exactly.
how's that going to
Now
create
you're
an issue.
catching on.
Yeah, but that
So
outgassing
you
you're
don't
talking
see
about,
how that would affect the film. What you just said, the outgassing
that
that would
outgassing you're
affect
talking about,
even metal.
what
You don't see
quantities
how. Why are
what
you
quantities
interrupting
is
me,
that?
Coach? Why are you interrupting me?
You're bringing up the outgassing for some reason.
What?
You're bringing up outgassing for some reason.
Yes. How
Yeah, what
you asked
quantities
me
is
what
that?
would affect the film, and I told you pressure, and you asked me how, and I gave you an example. Outgassing. Do you understand what that means,
At
Oh my
Kosho?
what
God!
quantities?
Next person that makes SE say gas with a Z, I'm banning you.
At what quantities, SE?
Kosho, you can squirm all
Just answer
day.
the question, SE.
I
Just answer
asked
the
you,
question. You're
don't
making
ask
it
me
seem like it's
questions.
relevant.
You're in the process now of showing us the replacement for
SE.
gelatin, Kosho.
At
That's
what,
what
SE?
you're in the process of doing now. If you can't do it, Kosho, tell me. Can't do it, bro.
I'm doing it. You're saying there's a problem with outgassing. I'm asking you, at what quantities is this outgassing going to occur? Because
Well, I'll tell you exactly. It's
outgassing is not
synthetic.
it's not an abundant phenomena, dude. It's not.
Okay, try closing your mouth now and try listening to the answer, Kosho. Or you want to just keep talking. It's up to you.
Try answering the question, SE.
I tried, but you interrupted me. So, what's the limits? I can tell you here, they tried it here on Earth, and they went up to the equivalent of 60 miles, which is 10 to the minus 3, I believe they said, and it had effect on the film. That's the answer to your question, Kosho.
Ordinary film or this film?
The gelatin, what do you mean? Okay, when you say this film, right? What do you think is special about the film?
Let's see. I mean, I was in the middle of reading it.
So you
But
don't
yeah,
even
so
know that, bro.
these coatings are photographic emulsions are generally less than 1,000th of an inch thick and are exceedingly delicate and susceptible to damage of abrasion and scratching. The emulsion
Yes,
coating.
Joe.
What?
I said yes. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, the emulsion is coated on top of a material whose primary function is to support and strengthen the delicate light-sensitive element. The support for roll films and motion picture films is usually colorless, transparent, blah, 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 blah. Hold on.
Yeah,
Oh,
do you realize all these coatings, all
no,
these
there's
things
this next
are
part. Here it is. The next part.
susceptible? Again, you're going to interrupt me, right?
Yeah, I was in the way. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say all these things that you're saying that they've applied, all these things are susceptible to outgassing.
Okay. Anyways, the next part. There's a part that I forgot. That's the part that I posted it for. It says the silver halide microcrystals or grains are the actual light sensitive elements of photographic emulsions. These very small grains, silver chloride, silver bromide, silver iodine, or mixed salts, range in size of 1/2 to several microns in diameter. Their function is to absorb radiant energy, blah, 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 so they take the picture. So the clear gelatin is used to control the quality of the microcrystals and hold them in suspension. At the same time, retaining gelatin must be inert to processing procedures and yet permit liquid chemicals to penetrate and to react with the suspended crystals, blah, 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 blah.
You get that? Are you understanding what you're reading?
Yes.
Okay, so it's everything that I told you, right? The crystals are suspended in a gelatin mixed with other chemicals.
Yeah, but what
right?
is the gelatin though? The colloidal what did it say?
No, the colloidal silver.
Gelatin is a colloid. Yes.
Gelatin, yes.
Yeah, yes. So what's
So
your
I was
point?
asking you what a colloid was earlier. You seem to think that
Yeah.
it was different than gelatin. Go
No,
on.
but I'm saying the fact that it's a what was the material though? I gotta find out what it was. Hold on. Oh yeah, it was a polyester.
Polyester.
That's
Yeah,
the
exactly.
film. That's the film, bro.
No, that's what they were. That's what they use in the emulsion. That was the. That's the.
No.
Oh,
You're
the
talking
emulsion.
negative.
wrong.
This is what it says.
Negatory.
Negatory.
Negative.
The
Was that a
gelatin is
pun?
not.
I can find
Oh,
that.
of course it
I'll
was.
find that part for you too.
It's a polyester substrate with a top coating, as you pointed out, as you just read to yourself. Top coating of the gelatin. The gelatin is the photopigment.
Wait, you talking right now? Do you support SE's assertion that this camera can't be used in space?
Nothing that SC said is wrong.
So you support his assertion that that camera can't be used in space?
SC is trying to walk Kosho through the documents.
So you support? I'm just
he is
asking you a
citing.
yes or no fucking question.
What could be wrong about what he said?
I'm asking you if you support what he said.
Well, also, I happen to know
And
other
you can't
details
tell
about
me
the
yes or
camera.
no. I think that says a
The
lot.
camera's not weather sealed. Doesn't have a weather sealed body. The lens
So is
wasn't
that a
weather sealed.
yes
Doesn't have
or
a weather
no?
sealed
You
lens.
support what he's saying or not?
The conditions of said vacuum, if you appreciate that there's a vacuum in space, would have effects on the gelatin, right? They would cause the boiling off of the moisture within the gelatin.
So you support what he's saying?
Given the conditions in space?
Can you just, is it a yes?
Given the equipment?
Oh, no. Yes, I support
I don't disagree with anything he said.
No, I don't think.
In fact, I would let him know if I did disagree with things he said. So you'll hear from me first.
Please, anybody, if you hear anything I say that's stupid, let me know. Besides this guy talking, doesn't count.
Shit, you'd never get through.
So it's simple. This is not rocket science. It's very simple. The conditions conducive on the moon, as they say, will render this camera inoperable. Now that's just one of the things, the emulsion. The other thing is cold welding. It's a phenomena that occurs when you have two metals in proximity to each other, touching in a high vacuum situation. They fuse together. They literally fuse together. That's called cold welding. It's a deceptive name, has to do with pressure. So these two things, I won't get into the radiation and other things, will render that camera inoperable.
I found a part and posted it now. Hold on. All right. It says earlier magazines, NASA had demonstrated the advantages of obtaining large blah 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 exposure, blah blah blah. Okay, here we go. On a relatively small volume of film, and thus stimulated photographic manufacturers to expand development of a thin polyester base for application to conventional color emulsions.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
That the emulsion had a polyester base.
No, impossible. The emulsion, right? The emulsion could have had some polyester in it, but the gelatin, I repeat, the gelatin has not been synthesized. The gelatin is made from animal bones, hooves, skins. They boil it all up. It's like basically jello. That has not been synthesized. Show me where.
How do you spell gelatin?
Gelatin, I think.
Yep.
I just want to spell it correctly. Oh, there we go. It's okay. So I'm going to spell it correctly so I can search for it quickly.
All right, so what's Cunning Druger got to say about cold welding? Do you have some rebuttal for that? What do you think? Do you agree with it? Disagree with it? Stone, what do you think about that?
Silence. It's very devastating. This Hasselblad argument is very devastating.
Really? What do you think it devastates?
Don't hassle the blad, bro.
Don't hassle with the blad. No angles, no refraction, no diffraction, solid, physical stuff that they cannot refute. They cannot refute. They have to change physics. They cannot do that.
I see. I'm just searching the document. Just doing your work for you real quick. So just give me a second.
Oh, you mean the one that you posted that the one you claimed had all this in it until I said no
exactly.
chance in
That's
hell? Yeah,
exactly the
okay.
ones. That's exactly the ones I'm
Yeah, yeah.
searching for. Yeah, I'm searching anyway.
I've been asking for years, bro. I think the first time I brought this up was like maybe 4 years ago. I'm still waiting for anything. Trust me, if it was out there, these guys would have been
There
putting
may
it in
not
my
be any
face.
information out there
Yeah.
that you can understand, SE. That may be the biggest problem. Is your uneducated ass just probably will not be able to digest any information that's going to actually get you over this hump.
Says the guy writhing and flailing in front of all of us, still thinking it's a globe.
Really? That's what you got, huh? What is this about writhing and flailing? Are you under the influence of drugs or something?
Just ignore him.
Are you hallucinating? Because that's what you do, right, SC? You're really good at ignoring me, right?
So, Kosho, what's going on, bro?
I just wonder where y'all will be in about 5 or 6 years when it's absolutely undeniable about some of these things. Will y'all ever, will you ever be able to say that you're wrong, that you were wrong, and you may have gone down a couple of rabbit holes, and you maybe were in a bad place? I don't know how you're going to explain it to yourself or to other people, but gosh, I want to be here when it happens.
Yeah, you'll probably be on your fucking spaceship by then, working on fucking
Yeah, dude, I'll
Mars,
be on my
growing a
spaceship
potato,
by
bro.
then.
Right? Is that what you're gonna do? Is that what you think is gonna happen? You think we'll be crying here saying like M-Stone was right? He's a space ranger now. Fuck.
I just told you,
My life's fucked
I
up
don't know
because I'm
what
listening to M-Stone
what
because
is
that
going
dude
to
calls
happen,
it a
man.
black room, so he must be fucking knowledgeable on some shit, right? Not just a fucking Yahoo.
Oh,
Right.
because I didn't call a dark room the correct term. You're going to assert what? That I don't know anything about anything.
You tried to
Yeah,
check somebody else's knowledge earlier on the matter, like as if you were like
I've had
big man on cameras over here, right? Like,
yeah,
where
I've
does that
worked.
hallucination come
I've
from, my
gone to
friend?
school. I've studied photography. I've done
Tell me,
photography.
what do you know about photography? What do you know about cameras? You said DSLR.
I know
That's
quite
all
a
you
bit
know
about.
about.
I know quite a bit
M-Stone,
about cameras.
M-Stone, real
What do you know about
M-Stone.
DSLR
Okay,
cameras? You can reference that like that's a bad camera to have right now. It's not.
I didn't
let's
say
just
it was.
let's do a
What
pop
kind of camera do you
quiz
own?
real quick
You're a
before you
photographer?
can Google.
I
Before you
was a
can Google
photographer. Yes,
M-Stone, M-Stone.
sure.
Before you can Google,
Why
what's
do
the
you
rule?
think Why do you think
What's
I
the
would
rule of
lie?
thirds? What's the rule of thirds?
To put a picture in thirds because it looks better that way. Who gives a shit? You really think I'm not a photographer? You really
Put a
think I'd
picture
come on
in
here and lie
thirds.
like one
So
of
you
you
don't
retarded
even know.
fuckwits?
Good.
I
Kind of
just
prove
told
my
you what
point.
the rule of thirds is: to take a picture where your subject is in the third part of the fucking frame. That is the rule of thirds, man.
Is in
Where
the
would you
third
put an
part of
f
the
stop?
frame.
What's an f stop?
Go back to your rule of
What's an
thirds.
f
What's in
stop?
the third
Oh, no,
part
before
of
you
the
can Google
frame?
anything, what's an f stop?
Dude, f stop deals with your aperture.
Okay, does it get smaller or bigger?
It depends on what you're adjusting. If you adjust it up or
Okay,
down,
what are you adjusting? What is an f stop
What
adjust?
are we
your
stopping
aperture.
effectively? Fucking idiot.
We can do this, man, because I
What are we
definitely went to
stopping? We're
school for this,
stopping.
man. I definitely did this for 4 fucking years, man. I'm not one of
Stopping
you
the light.
retarded idiots and come in here and just boast about.
You did it for. You studied photography. You paid to study photography for 4 years and then didn't work in a black room. Man, you ought to get your money back, man.
Sounds like college was a rabbit hole, partner.
You see how
I mean,
triggered they get when you show
yeah,
them, you prove to them that there's no way that film would work under those conditions and the camera. They
right.
have
And he's
nothing.
talking about photography as if like he uses the digital camera, has never developed film, which leads me to believe he's never probably doesn't typically use manual settings on a camera to begin with. Probably just shoots on fucking auto. Like if you grew up actually using like a 35 millimeter camera, working in a darkroom, doing all that stuff, you do understand what your f-stop is, shutter speeds, all that kind of stuff. You didn't have the option for just like auto.
Well, it's not just that; it's the speed of the film too. So it's like how long it takes the light to like get an image on the film.
Right.
That's part of that shutter speed too. So like, yeah, working with a real like a film camera, it's a lot more of a dicey situation than just like a point and shoot digital camera. A lot of these people grew up with.
Yeah, and you had to typically log what, at least I would typically log what I was shooting so that when I would go to develop shit, I could learn from my developing as to certain situations and what aperture and shutter speed I was using. And how it was, either good or bad. You didn't know until you actually developed the negatives and then printed the pictures. And printing
were
isn't like
precious.
on a fucking printer. It's using a projector or enlarger, whatever you want to call them, and shooting it on. And there's a whole technique to that as well. So it's not. Anyways,
You gotta adjust it. You gotta, yeah. Until you do it, you have no clue.
Anyway, you're supposed to keep this like the stuff refrigerated. You know what I mean? It's not. It's a little bit temperature sensitive, but like,
Bro, you can't keep film
we're
in your
not even talking
car
about
that
taking it off. The environment it's meant to work in. I don't know. Try to put it in a space. Try to take a fucking picture on the moon. I mean, why does one think that has to work? Or that you get the stops right, the stops of the camera, the stops of the photographer, the speed of the film, and the ambient situation on the moon with
and get
all of the.
perfect pictures.
right?
Because
Like
if there's anything we know, it's pretty good at bouncing light, right? So that means maybe your shit would be blown the fuck out. Right? What was that thing pinned to like F-16? It's like an F-16 shot, right? But even an F-16 can get overpowered. Where's the lens hood? Is there a lens
where's
hood
the
on that thing? I don't see one.
Did they?
You know that they had no
predetermine-
viewer, right? You're aware that they have no.
Did they predetermine f-stop and shutter speed on those cameras prior to going up there, or did the astronauts
it's pretty
have
much like
adjustability?
screwed down to 16?
How would they know that f/16 was the proper aperture size for?
It's just the smallest that they could do, right?
Oh, do the Hasselblads not go down to like f/32 or anything like that?
Or maybe I think it was F-16 that one was particularly. It may have two apertures on that. I should look at that. It might have two stops, like an in-body and a. But
I mean, how would they determine this though? Because I mean, it's like I said before, it takes a decent amount of testing to figure out. Okay, what are my lighting situations to know what like aperture and shutter speed I should use to either not overexpose or underexpose my subject matter, and am I trying to capture motion? Right? Are we going to have any motion blur on the moon? Like, I don't know. It seems to me like just locking down at like f/16 and whatever shutter speed they were doing it at.
Well, it's like, yeah, it was just like, and then just like pin the lens to infinity. So it's like,
are you aware there was no viewfinder on the camera, guys?
Yeah, you may as well. He may as well have gone there with like a Kodak disposable Instamatic from the 90s.
Yeah,
Right.
Same thing. Yeah.
And even if that's the case, like that, I don't know. The background hills should be way more detailed than they are.
But that gel pack, speaking of that, remember that gel pack that was part of the film back then? It was like, if I remember correctly, wasn't there something that had like chemicals in it? Those instant ones? Am I remembering correctly here?
No, you're talking about Polaroid.
The gel is within the film itself.
It was within the film? Okay.
It's like a coating.
It was pre-coated?
Like it's polyester on the bottom, little gelatin sauce on top, I think.
Okay. Well, that would have...
Like you wouldn't do a sandwich, right? Because you won't have direct exposure of the light to the medium itself. So you don't want to go through polyester, right? Doesn't that just slow your film down? So you wouldn't want to engineer that way. So it's got to be floating on the top of it, just like we've been saying.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
Just like the emulsion impregnates into the polyester nooks and crannies there.
Yep, and suspends the silver. What do they call them? Silver iodine crystals. Yeah.
Right. So that now could get really, really cold. When it gets really, really cold, things about to change. I mean, I don't know how cold the space vacuum is. I don't know. And then
It's
people won't
very
even
cold.
hold to it either way, really. You know, whether I make that the absolute case of what the film would be and then kind of look at it that way, or then I have to get like some kind of other bullshit number that somebody's like, this is the real fake temperature it would have been there when they didn't go there. You know, it's like, God, it's just a lot to keep track of for fucking, to what, just not have any understanding of like where infinity is on the lens is like a place. it's an adjustment on a focal helicoid, right? Like on a screw, basically the screw telescopes out or, you know, withdraws down to specific hard stops in the camera lens design. So when it's pinned to infinity, it's just everything's equally clear, and that's the only way you could have done something like a chest-mounted no viewfinder and having point and shoot Instamatic disposable camera, right? Okay, so temperature now comes into play because it's made of things, right? It's made of material, and if that material gets cold, like you want to bet that probably like negative 50-degree lens glass and negative 50-degree camera gears and a vacuum, you know, trying to
Don't
advance
forget
the
the
frame.
battery.
Yeah.
Then I didn't even mention the battery yet, but yeah, there's that too.
We'll just figure that'll work fine. I don't know. Well, obviously,
Oh yeah,
they fucking flew to the joint on a, you know, 12-bit slide rule or whatever the fuck, and 2 car batteries or some shit, right? So
yep.
obviously they could do a lot with a little back then. We today, we don't know how to. Well, it's a painful process to build back the technology. How? But, you know, even at that, I could stretch my mind, and maybe possibly something else needs to be stretched in here, obviously, to get over these mechanical difficulties and impediments that would present themselves in the environment in situ, if you will. I slam my cup down. What do you think?
Can you imagine going to the North Pole or the Antarctic and taking out a camera with film in it and start shooting pictures with it for a couple hours? Like anybody with like the least bit of intelligence, just ask yourself, is that possible?
Well, just like look at this is why there's so many miracles. There should be a Disney movie about it, about how many miracles occur. But one of them is that there's no humidity in the capsule, right? You imagine that you and the other guy are hanging in the capsule. Like, I guess they had like the most amazing air filtration system that just like kept the humidity at some kind of perfect level, and it wouldn't have been, you know, a problem. And even though the camera's not sealed and it's like on a spacesuit, and it has been pretty accessible, you know what I mean? To with Are they not breathing next to the camera the entire time in a confined space? I don't know. You might
Yeah.
notice that like you could smell your friend's breath if you're in a car ride for too long. But anyway, these guys, yeah, a couple days and breathing the same air is fine. And isn't that just an impossibility that these cameras are going to like absorb some of that humidity? Because they will. They're part of the air mass because they're open containers, sealed. You know, we got gas pressure with everything, so it's very possible that some humidity could have gotten into the camera. Now, that's a problem when you go out into the freezing fucking cold because you get just one little bit of ice crystal. Oof, boy, a little ice crystal in there can fuck your whole world up, man. Fuck all your pictures up. That would
Yep.
be
Yeah,
like
hey,
a
how did they test space to see about the conditions for film before they went there? Sorry, was that a...
That's what I've been asking them all this time. Kosho says he has it, but
We
so
haven't
far
posted
nothing.
that. You should have just read them, but it says here that yeah, they were worried about it before they had ever done it, but then there have been years and years of photographic film being used in vacuums like electron microscopy, electron beam recording. So they're not. Glad I posted all the links a little
So
earlier.
no testing of the camera, as I
No,
suspected.
they
Right.
did. They did detect.
So
Electron microscope, you're
Here.
telling me.
It says
Electron
this
microscope.
was confirmed by tests of extended exposure to vacuum conditions.
Show me one.
and the
Show me
Apollo
one of
11
those tests.
missions.
Show
What?
me one. Don't just tell me they tested.
I've never
Show
seen
me
an
one test.
So
It was a private
anyway,
one in secret. You're never going to get the data, but it happened.
Yeah.
but can I just say this real quick?
You
Like,
know what's funny?
like
Hold on, this is funny, dude. I just searched because I saw the thing with electron microscope, so I just searched like film in a vacuum in like electron microscope, and core came up, and Scott Veach was the dude who gave the answer.
Of course. Listen to this. Oh my God. This is rich.
That's funny, dude.
We've gone full circle.
Yeah, really.
A tis globe
I'm gonna
question
post Scott
to a
Veach's
glober.
answer. Oh shit! You have to subscribe to Quora to get Scott Veach's answer. That sucks.
Well, that's okay though. Means people have to work a lot harder than they got to get out of their comfort zone just a little bit. Get that email address out.
But imagine, this is telling, guys. I asked him a question. He said he had the film. The video, the answer. Now he's searching for it more.
What?
And who does he find? Scott Veach.
Dude, listen, SC, don't fucking lie about what I said. I didn't say anything about a video I had. So somebody else posted a video. I hadn't seen it. I posted 7 documents which explicitly describe all of this, including the what you're asking about the film and everything else. It turns out that they don't have to make the considerations to the gelatin as you're describing, because the film just by using, I think they use less of it, but they don't. It doesn't behave the way you're describing it to behave. It's not evaporating or anything like that. It tends to work just fine. And they tested this on vacuums on Earth.
Okay, show us one. Show us one.
I show you one. Will you fucking apologize?
What do you mean apologize? You haven't shown anything yet.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's one. There's a picture of one. I'm sorry. Will you do that?
A picture of what? Where? Where are you posting?
You said show you one. I'm going to show you one. Will you apologize?
Not just the picture. I want to see the procedure.
If you get the dopamine hit that you require. Go ahead and post it, and then we'll see.
Yeah.
If you don't apologize, SC, then you're just dishonest, man.
Bro, you're gonna show me an instance where they took a picture in a vacuum. You're gonna show me something like that, right? Not just words, right? You're gonna show me the before and after of the picture. You're gonna show me something concrete, right?
Oh, no,
where this film worked in a vacuum, correct?
God forbid you get video. God forbid, right?
Yeah.
I recommend from now on, you guys just be a little bit less lazy and just open the documents I sent you a week ago, SC. But there's really no reason to make statements like these things aren't given to you when they're given to you and you're asking for.
It's the first time I see this, so don't stretch the truth there, Coach. Relax. Let's first look at it.
Dude, we had this conversation last week. I posted all of this.
Would you say that probably like all the gold foil, all the situation with the gold foil and all the mythos around the gold foil, do you think that that's just unimportant? Probably it wasn't even needed. Like we probably make too much of it. This is just like something to hide it mostly, right? Or does gold foil serve a purpose? What do you think? Is it necessary, or it's just decorative? It's just like a gift wrapping, really, right? Something that just. Which one would you say, Kosho? What'd you say? Is it worth having, or for a reason anyway, right? It's probably don't need it, like. So if like a
it doesn't say what the vacuum temperature was. It doesn't say. It doesn't say how much vacuum. It doesn't say anything. What does it say here?
Read the next one. Let's see if it gets any
better.
What
the vacuum temperature was?
I misspoke. I said temperature, then I corrected myself. I said what the vacuum.
You're not supposed to do that here, man. If you make a mistake, if you call a dark room a black room, oh man.
Like, like the astronauts, they had like a mirror coating on the front of their helmets, right? You don't actually see them, right? You just see reflection. You guys notice that?
I don't know who's in that suit. God damn it!
Right, could just be a mannequin.
That's on G-Shock.
But that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that. I'm trying to say, oh, it's probably a real dude on a moon somewhere. But it makes sense. It's like Oakley mirror sunglasses, before.
What you
Right.
posted, Kosher, you think it addresses what I asked?
Well, hold on. He's looking for stuff. Kosho, you're still in the process of finding an answer, right?
Which he said he had. Which he said he already
That's
posted
okay.
many
Let's not
times.
rush it. Dude, if he
He
has
told
it,
you I'm leaving, dude. I'm not worried. I'm not doing your homework for you. There's a picture of them testing it in a vacuum. Just read what it says. You got to learn how to read. That's going to take time. And then read what it says. It's going to say they tested the cameras in a vacuum. Okay? All of it's there.
I did read it. And I'm
There's
asking
7
you for
documents there. There's
details.
pictures of them testing it in a vacuum. All right?
With no
Doesn't have
I'm out of
details.
here.
temperature of the vacuum, no, Kosho.
There's no details, Kosho. And the other one you showed is G-force test. Did I ask you for G-force test?
since the film reacts to temperature conditions, as far as I am aware, is that right? Then we need to know the temperature conditions out in space first before we go there with the shit. And you can't make outer space on Earth, no matter how hard you try.
Vacuum doesn't have a temperature.
So don't be saying that you posted stuff, Kosho, again, right? This is nothing what I asked for. Okay, don't get triggered. Okay, you didn't post what I asked for. So don't get triggered, bro. And don't say you did it next time we have this conversation, because you didn't do it.
So yeah, what's this temperature of space thing? Like, oh, there's no particles, so it doesn't have a temperature, really. But like, what's the temperature then? Of the
Well, they
stuff.
claim temperatures on the moon.
What's the temperature
They
of no
claim
particle?
120 C,
It's
40
just
C.
right. We're just trying to come up with an idea here. We're never going to run into a bunch of bullshit answers. But like, it's impossible to like really go much further to prove it to you unless we really had a better understanding of like what kind of range of temperatures is really effectively happening. What is the effective temperature? Is it colder in Antarctica or colder on the moon? Probably most people would say the moon, right? Or I don't know. What would you guys say? Maybe sometimes I'm surprised by your answer.
The dark part of the moon is probably colder than Antarctica, but not the bright one. That's probably hotter than any desert here.
You want to know what the first astronaut that landed on the moon said? Anybody?
Was he using a spacesuit?
Like I wish I had a jacket.
No, he was in his pajamas.
Okay, now also you didn't have a valid comment. Go ahead.
You're such a funny little man. I mean, young man. Sorry. The first man that landed on the moon said it was extremely hot. Extremely. I believe they said over 100 C. They were so afraid of the heat because they were testing out the new suits, which you'd figure they would have tested before. But anyways, they had liquid tubing, and they weren't sure if they were going to keep them cool enough, so they limit the walk to about an hour and a half, something like that. So that's what the supposed first man that walked on this supposed fantasy mission said. Who are we going to go with, you or what he said?
Nothing you said so far is going against what I said.
What did you say?
I said that the moon's surface, where it's being lit by the sun, is probably hotter than any desert on Earth.
Well, if you said that, you'd be correct then. Much, much hotter. Like 4, 5 times as hot?
I don't know, but yeah, hotter. There's no atmosphere there.
Look, Gleam just posted some stuff for you guys. Have a read. Your own fantasy.
Fancy that. Look, take a look right there, everybody in the live stream text.
Yeah,
There's your fantasy right in front of you.
But SC, it does get really hot under those studio lights, so you can imagine how hot it must have been in the suits.
Ooh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I didn't think of that.
What point?
Nothing to stand on, man. Your own
The dangers of an echo
fantasy,
chamber.
your own
These are the
numbers.
dangers of an echo chamber here, Jill. This is what happens when you get a bunch of people that won't push back on anything you say. And you get a bunch of like-minded people who don't push back on any bullshit.
Well, hold on a
Osho,
second. What
Osho,
makes you
Bacon,
think, objectively, empirically, what makes you think that your pushback is actually relevant?
Kosho and Bacon, you guys are in an echo chamber. Did you know that?
I hear no echo.
This is a definite echo chamber. My God.
Yeah.
Say echo chamber one more time.
This is like the definition of an echo chamber.
Sweet. Got any glow proof or?
Nothing you'd understand, apparently. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm so stupid.
I agree.
Well, I know you do. So does the spirit of
this is what
Texas
happened.
blood allow you to understand reality? Can you admit you've been fooled? Or does your clear ego still
You
get
bring
in the
up
way?
some evidence I've been fooled. I'll look at it, bud. But
Partner, I'll look at
you
it.
don't have any.
You show
Hey,
me what
man,
you're
you
working
don't have
with,
to be
I'll show you the
confrontational
12
about that.
gauge. Shit, I'll tell you what. You shut the fuck up and get some earth curve, bud.
No, he's
Gosh, you flat earthers are some tough guys.
You see,
just trying
when
to turn the
shown
light on inside
evidence
that
of
dark
their
room,
own
man.
Can't figure
fantasy,
out the shape of the earth, man. I know it's a difficult process. I know everybody's trying to cover up the shape of the planet, man. We can't let them know the shape of the planet.
so when shown direct evidence of in their own fantasy,
Satellites.
their own temperatures, their own pressures, when showed that said camera they used is impossible with the physics of the normal world, what
Right.
do?
We get the
All they do
appropriate
is just
response.
insult you.
The mind
I see
recoils
nothing
into
that proves
childlike
anything. What
insults
have you proved, man?
because the
What?
mind recoils. His mind is just retracting into 4 or 5 years old. You know.
Yeah, ECV. Yeah, exactly.
This is what you have to tell yourself to keep believing these delusions. I mean, I can take you seriously, and we can talk about this on the level that y'all have some mental disorders. I mean, if you really don't want me to laugh at you, and you really want to talk about this,
So is it delusional to take the known specifications of the film and the cameras and apply that to the alleged environment that they were put in?
Yes, you're
Is that
crazy. How
delusional?
dare you question the official narrative? How dare you? Sorry, M Stone. I apologize. That was a question for you, buddy. Go ahead, our brother.
no, man, that was a great answer, man. You're all over it there, bud.
Really? So you think no one should question official narratives? Just go with the flow?
No, that's not what I said. I just said go with
okay.
whatever you said, man, because, it's an echo chamber in here. I don't have a chance in here. People with PhDs don't have a fucking chance in here. What am I going to do with you, man?
That's so true.
Good point. Best point you've made all day.
I'm
Actually.
saying that was spot on. Thank you, sir.
I mean, if a guy with a PhD can't walk you through these simple rudimentary subjects, man, I mean, what chance do I have with y'all? I'm not even trying to do it.
I think you lack the ability to try to walk somebody through a simple.
Yeah, I don't have the patience or the want to give a fuck about you ever finding out the shape of the planet, man. But I do have the want to laugh at you for failing so hard at it.
We were talking about the moon landing and the photography, right?
We should keep talking about that. This little guy's here to just troll us and get us triggered.
It's just because
No,
going
man,
there
I'm
to
not here
start
to
with.
troll you, man. I'm really not. If you want to have a real conversation about it, if you have some real fucking evidence that the Earth could be anything but fucking
Real
spherical,
appeal
I would
fallacy.
love for you to present it.
Let's have a real.
Otherwise, I'm just gonna laugh at you.
Let's have a real
well, it's
conversation
funny.
about the Cold War.
It's funny because
So
this guy is
anybody
like,
that's got some real evidence,
yeah, pipe it
let's
down,
present it right
Buster.
now.
Yeah, pipe it down, Buster. Okay, shut the fuck up, dude. Okay, last time I was in here, it was you who was complaining that you didn't want to talk to anyone.
No,
You were here to
no,
laugh
I'm
at us,
giving
and
you,
not
I'm
even you
giving
didn't
you the
know,
time
dude.
of day.
No.
Let's be
Oh, now
serious,
you want
man.
to talk
You
to.
want
Oh,
to
now
fucking
you want
be
to fucking
serious?
talk to
Let's
us. Yeah,
be
you little
serious,
bitch.
man.
You're a
Let's
little
be
fucking
fucking
bitch,
serious.
dude.
You want to be
Yeah,
serious?
you're a little bitch.
Let's get serious, man. Do you have any
Hey,
fucking
my man's
evidence
calling
for your
you.
silly ass,
You
childish
want a
delusion?
piece of this ball?
Do you
Come
have
get a piece of
any
this ball,
fucking
man.
evidence for it?
Bro, listen to how this guy is flaming, bro. Look at him, dude.
Yeah, he is, but
Yeah.
hey,
Well,
but you
he's a
can't
product of
hold on,
like the
Snacks. One
WrestleMania,
second.
the WrestleManification of the intellectual fucking mind. Over
Yeah,
here,
hold on a
like
second.
that's his.
Snacks, hold on a second. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fine. Just because he's acting a fool doesn't mean that you can start calling him names, right? That's against server rules, right? We try not to degrade the conversation down to that level. I know people attempt to do it very often, but let's try to not go there.
Okay, so if I
None of
can
you
give,
have any
if I
evidence,
can,
man.
you're interrupting me. If I can give you a good tip here, it is to recognize that Mr. Short guy, Mr. Stone, is definitely not the person to talk about anything regarding this whole topic. He is the embodiment of a time waster, and I just want to share this with you guys, okay? Trust me, there will never be anything constructive. He's not here to learn, and he
There
ain't
is
learning.
nothing to learn here besides the delusions that y'all are going to. I
Yeah,
come here
then
to
just
learn how
go
to
kick
fucking
rocks.
stay away from the
Go kick
madness that
rocks,
you've
dude. No one
fallen into.
cares. No one
You've
cares.
fallen into
Go kick
rabbit holes
rocks.
that have fucking taken you from
Go
friends
kick
and
some
family,
rocks.
man. That's fucking
Bye.
horrible and
Bye.
disgusting.
Go kick some rocks.
You're
Bye. No one
misinformed so
cares.
many people on here, man.
Bye. Go kick rocks. Bye. No one cares. You can go. Go.
You sit here in your echo
Go.
chamber, man. Sit here in your
Go.
echo chamber.
Go. Bye. Go. Kick rocks. No one cares.
Kick rocks,
Bye.
no one cares, no one cares.
Bye.
You do care, though. You
Toodaloo.
do. You
Bye.
do care.
Bye. Kick rocks.
It's sad
Bye.
if you do care, man.
Bye. Bye. Time waster. Bye. Just go. No one
Time
cares.
waster. The irony of you
No one
calling me a time
cares.
waster
No
when you
one
sit in here for
cares.
hours talking about
Bye,
flat
guys.
Earth, man.
Don't. Can you see this?
The irony
He's.
of you thinking that I'm
Yeah, the
wasting your
irony.
time.
You say the irony. You still here, man. That's the irony of what you
Well, what's
just stated.
ironic about me still being here?
That you stated that there's nothing to learn here. So just
Yes,
go.
I said
Bye.
it's entertaining here, man. I said I
Now
don't
just
come here to
go.
learn, man. What would I come to
Bye.
learn
Kick
besides the
rocks.
mechanism of madness
Toodaloo.
that puts you
Bye.
in this
Well, here
rabbit hole?
let's just break this down though real quick. So it's like right, so we get it. So it's the monkey, it's the observer right at the zoo, like
The
observing the monkey. We'll
madness.
just call this
I
no, hold
want
up,
to
just let me
observe
talk,
the
right?
madness.
So right. So it's the monkey at the zoo effect, right? So you're saying that all we're done, but you're here to observe the stupidity, and then what does that make you though? Like if you're just
The
here to just
observer.
observe,
The
right? But no, but
observer. It
that
makes me
by
the
no,
observer of madness.
ergo that makes you just as stupid.
Oh,
Like
really?
so
That
it's
I want
yeah,
to.
it's the
That I
pot.
want to see
Listen,
how. That I want to see the
listen, dude, it's the
madness that you
pot.
walk
Yeah,
into.
okay, so you can shut your trap, bro. It's the pot calling the kettle black. Okay, so you
No,
can take
that's
your nonsense. Yeah, you can take your nonsense elsewhere. Okay,
how is it the pot calling the kettle black? Can you explain that for me?
you're sitting here saying we are stupid, and you're sitting
No,
here just
I'm
for
not.
entertainment. But I'm saying, yeah,
I am
and then
telling you.
again, by extension, ergo, that just makes you just as retarded.
Okay,
So again,
listen
yeah.
again. Listen again. Listen slowly. I am here to learn the mechanism of madness that puts you in these rabbit holes. Oh, crickets.
You got us. Show's over, boys. Time to go home.
Yeah, pussy used two M's.
Oh, the show goes on for me. But no, I'm not here to learn flat Earth from you idiots, man. I'm here to laugh. I'm here to learn the rabbit holes you went down
You
to
should have
get
your
to
own
where
like
you
little
No
are.
one cares,
screaming metal
man.
band.
No one cares about
You
what you
obviously care,
think,
man.
what
You
you do.
obviously do care.
No, I'm saying all the time,
You're
go,
saying all the time
goodbye,
that you don't care. I get it.
kick rocks,
Have a nice day. No one
Okay,
cares.
Dick Rocks. Okay, nice day. Okay.
Yeah, just go, man. Off you go.
Okay, I didn't say I couldn't learn anything from you. I'm just not learning flat Earth from you. Because, flat Earth is kind of ridiculous. It's funny.
Dude, you're running gun in contradiction. Just go. Kick rocks. Goodbye.
What's
Well,
the contradiction?
at least, Emstone, at least you could admit that you learned a little bit about cameras today.
No, absolutely nothing. I learned that you guys think you know something about cameras. And once again, the people that actually have jobs in these areas, you deny them.
No one cares, dude. No one cares.
Yeah, I know. You don't care. None of y'all care about reality. This is why it's a dangerous echo chamber. And that's
No one cares about your perception of what you think.
I think it's funny, like people that actually have jobs in photography. Oh yeah, like every 18-year-old girl that buys a DSLR and thinks she's a photographer. Yeah, we get it.
No, I'm talking about me that went through
Yeah.
the army and was actually employed as a photographer and
cares.
journalist in the army, dumbass.
Yeah, did they teach you how to operate in the black room when you were in the army?
No, they called it a dark room. That's crazy enough.
Oh yeah, what did you do in there? What color were the lights?
I was telling you, we didn't develop any film, bro. I was in 97.
You didn't develop film in 97?
Nope.
Why were you guys not developing film in 97?
We had stories to write.
What? How does that make any sense? You had stories to write, so you didn't develop film. So is that all you do is write stories?
We had to have
So you're a story writer, not a
photos and print per week. So yeah, I didn't have time to develop my fucking photos. Of course, you wouldn't know that because you've never done anything like that.
I've never done
So
anything
why
like
is the Earth a
develop
ball?
You've
photos.
never had a deadline. You've never done anything remotely.
Oh
Like
yeah, I know. I'm a tax accountant. I don't have deadlines. You're right.
I don't know what you do,
Emstone.
but you obviously don't. Doesn't take a lot of brain power to do whatever you do.
Emstone, why is the Earth a spinning tilted wobbling space but flying from empty?
I thought you
space
didn't care what I thought you didn't.
No. Why do
You
you
don't
think that?
care. Remember, you don't care. Remember, bro. It took 5 seconds for you to forget that you didn't care.
Not really 5 seconds. I'm just wondering
Oh,
why you're still
okay.
here.
I'm sorry. I exaggerated there. It took about a full minute. You're right.
No, you're still here. You're talking about cameras. So what I'm asking, why is the Earth still?
We stepped into a topic that
Why
you
is
care
why
about
is
my opinion
why
about.
is the Earth a ball, man?
So you care about my opinion on cameras, or you care about my opinion on the ball now?
I don't think we care about your
I
opinion
care
on anything.
about what
Oh no,
you
he does.
think right now regarding my question. That's what I care about. I care
Oh,
about you
but why are
answering
you
my
asking a
question.
person that you don't care about their
I care
opinion?
about you
ask
answering my question. That's what I care about. If you don't want to
Why? If
answer
you
the
don't
question,
value my opinion, why are you asking me a question?
yeah, I don't value your opinion at all. It just entertains me. I just want to know why you think that you have a spinning to the wobbling ball, man. That's all. I don't
Why
care
do
at
you
the end
want?
of the day what you really say. I
Oh,
just find it
so
entertaining,
you're
you
asking
know.
me a question.
I just
that
want to
you
hear
don't want
another.
to
I just want to hear another scripted answer. That's all.
You realize how ridiculous?
Dude, I don't
this is.
care. I don't even care about you making fun of me. Try to speak
I'm
some
sure you
German,
don't, and
okay?
you shouldn't.
Yeah, maybe try to speak some German, okay? Probably can't, right? So don't make fun of someone who's not natively English, okay?
I'm not making fun of your German. I'm not making fun of your German. I'm just making fun of
No, you're making fun of me
split-heartedness. Your
speaking a
split-heartedness.
language that is not natively to my tongue. I'm a German, okay? Try to speak some German, you know? Figure out
Stone, no
how
name
easy
calling.
that is to switch between two
I already
things.
said it before. No name calling him Stone. So that's going to be your final warning.
Hey, you guys, this is getting really toxic. Can we change the subject or?
Well, y'all don't care what I care about. I mean, you don't care any about my opinions, so maybe you shouldn't ask me questions, huh? Just a tip.
Well, I mean, I think we could solve this dilemma pretty quick, right? So, like, if you said you're here for entertainment and you're not here to answer questions or talk or like converse with us, then I guess that gives you a mute pass, and we should just leave you on mute forever. So that way you can listen and you won't have any commentary. That seems the most logical course of action for me, since you're not willing to go down and converse with us. You sort of think this whole thing is silly. There's no value here for you or whatever. Just like entertainment. Well, then here's a mute pass. You can just be muted forever and you can listen. Because as far as I'm concerned, you're just here to rile people up and not really get to the meat of the issues. You're here just saying blanket statements that are just like really meant to just like get people heated. You know, I took the bait just a minute ago, but it seems like, every time you're here, this is the same course
Well,
of
that's because I
conversation.
expose you.
And
It's
and
like I
again, yeah, so
expose
again,
you.
we'll just mute
I
pass your
expose
ass.
you.
Yeah, we'll just mute pass your
I
ass and
just
you can just stay on mute.
exposed you, and
Good
you're
for
gonna
you.
mute me because you're worried about what I say. I make you look stupid. It's okay.
You
I
don't
get.
say anything though. That's the thing. You're
I
just
make you look
riling
stupid, man. I make you look stupid.
Actually,
It,
Mstone,
it
you are one of the people that pushes people to further investigate
really
whether or not
like
the Earth
who?
is or is not a
Who
sphere.
who has been pushed
Because
by me to
when
explore
people
that?
listen to these conversations and then they find people like
Find me
yourself,
one person. Find
they
me one
don't
person.
find any intellectual debate. So
Find
then they
me
start to
one
realize, like,
person.
what is the actual
Okay.
intellectual debate when it comes to
I know
this?
you have this
And then they
delusion
start
too
looking into
that people
the
are
flat Earth
listening to this
side.
on YouTube and
And
going, "Oh God,
dude, if you're gonna talk,
these are some really good arguments, man."
I'm gonna withdraw myself from the conversation just so that I can moderate, because you have an inability to allow somebody to actually speak. Right? You continue to overtalk.
This is really toxic, dude. We got to mute this guy and move on.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
I got
toxic.
it. Yeah, I got it. But the funny thing is, like, ironically, whether he understands it or not, and not, there are people that come in here that actually do the exact opposite of what they think they're doing, which is they start to move people towards further investigation as to what the shape of the Earth actually is, and approaching it with a open mind, because they start to see the toxicity within certain people's approach, right? And it can be very repulsive to people. And lots of times people don't want to be associated with a side that comes off as repulsive. So then they tend to question whether or not their previous thoughts or beliefs are as justified or as sound as they previously assumed that they were. So then they go down a path of inquiry. So yeah, whether certain people understand what they're doing or not, lots of times the toxicity and or the sophistry or the tactics are counterproductive to what people who are employing them think they're actually doing.
Yep. Nobody with a genuine sense of what they're doing in life wants to listen to a bully. And the problem here is I don't think anybody listening is actually deep down going to take seriously the bully who won't provide citations and just wants to call names seriously over the people who are simply here doing as much education, both learning and giving learning, as we can. It's to stay calm and help people understand the issues at hand. And so the audience isn't stupid and they're not sitting there saying, well, of course the guy calling people names is right. Of course he is, right? No one's saying that. So we'll just continue to do it this way, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it just gets to the point where it just sort of hurts my ears. Toxic.
Cool. Well, now that we got that taken care of.
It's that toxic globularity syndrome.
Thanks for taking care of it.
Well, it's Napalm. He did the deal.
Yeah, I was trying to refrain from doing it because I was actually engaged in conversation, but I think I'm the only mod that's in right now. So.
Hold on, what did you do? Because I thought I did it.
Oh, I muted M Stone.
Oh, okay.
That's it. Which
That guy's kind of scary. I wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley or something. That guy's weird.
He wouldn't want to meet me in a dark alley. I'll put it that way.
Well, I mean, you know, but that over aggressive tendency is really supporting a bunch of nothing behind it. Like, there's no argument, no reasoning. You know, it's just strictly like surface level, like personal
Yeah.
attacks.
it's
I
like a
think
bully,
that
right? Like the bully is always going to bully people, and typically it's the bully who's going to bully people that they're either jealous of or scared of. But then once you actually stand up to the bully, you realize like why they're doing it is because they have some sort of insecurity within themselves, and they're not really that hard to deal with when you actually stand up to it.
I think the common term now is black alley.
None of you,
Yeah,
were none
it's
of
not
you
a-
in the
Yes, yeah, I think you're right.
were none of
You
you in the
would-
conversation? Sorry, Bracky, go ahead.
You wouldn't want to meet me in a black alley.
Mic check.
Go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
So were none of you around when he asked the question when he first arrived, and SE said he wouldn't talk to him because he's M-Stone?
Yeah, what about it? We've already moved on from that conversation. I mean, it's like whack-a-mole. You mute one, and then here comes another one to try to fill in. So we've already moved on from that.
Professional victims, are you?
Professional victims. Yeah, you guys are.
Well, I would
Yeah.
have said something
A reason
sooner,
for you to
but you
speak,
guys
huh,
were
Chucky? You don't internally possess the actual reasoning to have to speak, so you must speak for someone else.
Yeah, actually, we
Are
went
you
back to the topic of the
insinuating
server.
that
Why
M.
do
Stone
you
is
think that?
not a troll and we should give him respect and talk to him? Is that what you're asking?
He came in and asked an honest question, and SE refused to answer because he's M-Stone.
Okay, the question to you now
Were you
is:
here?
did you? Yeah, I was there. Were you? Because obviously you weren't. You didn't hear him how he was acting, right?
That was after. Bracky.
No, I'll take that bet. You weren't there, were you?
Hey, do you want to argue about who cast the first stone some more, or do you want to talk about
Yes.
the Earth?
Yeah, let's talk about the Earth. What shape is the Earth?
Super duper.
Before we go on to talking about the shape of the Earth, I'd like to tell a little story. You know how they always think that this idea of watching the chimpanzees in their cages make asses of themselves. When I was when I was a teenager, we used to take LSD and go down to the San Diego Zoo. They had this really incredible. I think they were chimpanzees. They might have been apes, but I think they were chimps. And the chimps would shit, and then the people would all gather around and be laughing at the chimps, and the chimps would pick it up in their hand and like bring it right by the cage, and the people would get really interested in it. And then when they got a really big crowd around them, they'd throw that shit right in those people's faces. It was funny.
So you don't know that chimps are apes?
Holy
What's
shit,
that?
dude. What? You're going to attack something that has nothing to do with anything. You told a story. Let him have told the story. Let's move on. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Yeah.
Damn, dude. Are you all right?
That's like everything
Yeah,
with
I'm
these people. It's like they immediately just want to take anything and everything to be like, oh, so you don't understand this? Oh, so you don't comprehend this?
As
Like,
soon as
really,
you take
like
up
being
for
wrong?
Stone,
If you like being wrong, I can go.
yeah,
Because you
see
guys
you
are doing
later,
a bang up
man.
job.
All right,
Because
peace out.
you
bitch.
are adding. See ya. Have
Do
a
you
good
like
day.
being wrong?
Have a good
and
day.
I love
sir.
how you
Oh,
came in to
I
stick
will.
up for
Early
M.
later.
Stone. You came in to stick up for M. Stone, who was absolutely wrong about a lot of things. But
I
then
didn't
you want to
stick
talk
up
about
for him.
people being wrong. Like, we get it.
I came in to remind you how the conversation started because you must not have been there.
Been here all day, bud. Been here all day.
Been here for 5 years watching M. Stone do his act, right? Haven't you? Have you ever seen
Yeah,
him
this
act?
wasn't our
Have you ever seen him act any differently?
first.
Yeah. I saw when he was pretty relaxed at one of the conferences.
This wasn't our first
Got in his
interaction with
face.
Stone. Like, we know what he does. So
I didn't say anything about a conference. I said here on Discord, have you ever seen him act any differently than what he did today? I haven't.
I don't think I've heard him more than a couple times on Discord. I think yesterday was the first time I ever heard him on Discord.
Oh my god!
Wait, did he show up to a conference? He showed up to a conference. So he's talking about an echo chamber, calling people losers and calling people names, saying how, you know, unintelligent people are, and then he also wants to show up to their conferences, not just their Discord servers. Like, what do you think about the psychology of that, Chucky, Brad? What do you think about the psychology behind that?
I don't think anything about the psychology of it. I think
you don't think anything of that? Like, is that, would you consider that like almost like borderline stalking something that you hate, or like what would you call it?
I'd call it he wanted to be entertained.
He was no longer satisfied with being on the outside of the cage, so he wanted to get right inside the cage with the chimps.
Yeah, but I'm not going to let him play with my poop. He's going to play with his own poop. Do you understand?
Got you.
That's what he wanted to see. He wanted to see the poop up close. And he did. Are you telling me you guys didn't know he went to a conference?
I didn't know he did.
Well, to quote Rakia, oh my god. So what about the shape of the earth? What are we talking about? Nothing?
Well, I mean, I make no claims about the shape. I have no idea.
Why not?
No clue. But what I do know is that flat's not a shape. So if somebody would try to pigeonhole me to that, I wouldn't say that that's a shape claim. They'd need to go back to kindergarten and figure out what shapes actually are. Because flat's not a shape.
Well, Earth would still have a shape, though, right?
Correct. I'm sure overall it does have some sort of shape. No clue as to what that shape is.
Should we say what are the properties of Earth? Is that better for you?
Properties?
But you, instead of
water.
picking on what I actually mean, you want to pick on a word I use?
No, I'm not picking on you.
No, I just said a word I used.
Barrel rider, dude. Real quick, you're hot micing, I think.
Yeah, let me do something about that. I'm terrible.
It's all good.
No, I wasn't coming at you regarding that. I was saying if somebody would try to pigeonhole me into that term, I wouldn't agree with it. If they were referencing it as being a shape claim, because it's not a shape claim. If at best it would be like a surface description.
And that would be okay, though. But pointing out that a chimpanzee is an ape is not okay.
What about chimpanzees?
When I pointed out that chimpanzees are apes, that wasn't okay. I don't know. Made somebody upset, I guess. But you're correct that flat is not a shape.
Yeah, flat is not a shape.
Curious,
no, it's not.
Right.
I mean, do you think it's a shape? I don't think it's a shape.
But I think when we say the shape of the Earth, we know what we mean. Because if you just ask what are the properties of Earth, that's quite a long list.
Well, it's kind of a vague question, properties. But
like I said before, I have no clue what the shape of the Earth is. I haven't been all around it. I don't think anybody has been all around it. If somebody has, maybe they would know. But I have not.
Why do you have to be all around something to know the shape of it when it's been measured and mapped?
Measured how?
Surveying, photography, GPS.
You're breaking up a little bit, Chuck.
Yeah, we can't even hear what you're saying.
Give it a minute.
I mean, you can come with the same standard answers, right? Like GPS, blah, blah, blah. All these are coordinate systems, right? So, like, cool story.
I think he said photos from space.
You can map things on coordinate systems, like we get it. We can map onto a fucking triangle if we wanted to. Doesn't mean the Earth's a triangle. Even though it might be.
So,
Who knows?
you have a GPS, either in a phone or something else.
Yeah, GPS maps to an ellipsoid. What's the center point for GPS coordinates? You're breaking up. I don't think we can have a coherent conversation.
Yeah, I'll be good in a second.
Yeah, your signal doesn't have enough integrity.
Gosh, those satellites, right? Oof. They just can't seem to get the technology just right yet.
You have a satellite phone? Why do flat earthers think satellites are used by cell phones?
Brother, I was making a joke and everyone else understood.
What was the joke? I missed it. I might want to tell my kids later. What was the joke?
You want to tell your kids this, they won't get it. So I'm applying the same logic to when you can't get certain signals, say out in the ocean, and you have to try really hard to get those signals. Stuff like that.
Signals.
Like in navigation, for instance. I've talked to plenty of guys who've gone out and said they had to try really hard to get any kind of signal to the shore. It was like a 19-mile thing that they did, and then they couldn't get anything after that. I just wonder why the communication buoys, and that's really all they can do in the ocean. Are they not using satellites for like naval navigation and stuff? You know what I mean? Like the Navy.
I don't know if the Navy uses satellite communication.
Okay.
But you and I can. We buy satellites.
Well, oh no, that's true. I don't know how a way to confirm that. I'm just trying to talk to you about it.
We have satellite radio. You guys have satellite radio in the States, right? Sirius.
Yeah, there's Sirius. I had it for a second. Yeah, I don't know how that proves satellites if it just says the word satellite before the word radio, but
well, it doesn't work very well in a tunnel, right? But it works great in the middle of nowhere.
Okay, why do you think it doesn't work well in a tunnel?
Because you can't see the satellites. You can't. There's no line of sight to the satellites.
But do the cell towers also not have issues in tunnels?
Yes.
Yeah, they do
but
have
there are other places. Yeah, but there are other places. So if you look up Cochrane, Ontario, it's pretty far north in Ontario where not a lot of people live. But there's lots of dead zones for cell phones up there. But the satellite radio worked the entire way.
Okay. Well, if you wanted to attack a joke, yeah, you could just say bad joke. It was a bad joke. I'll admit that. Shit. I just don't have any evidence that satellites are up there doing what you all say they're doing. I'd much rather get a signal from like a balloon that was much closer, or a plane, or something like a drone, even something, than like hundreds of thousands of miles away, or thousands, or you know what I mean. It's a better signal if it's closer, I feel.
No, how do you get a geostationary plane?
Imagine the maintenance cost on having all those satellites, and someone that's got to go out there each month, clean something on there, give it a bit of a dust up and then come back again.
Do you think there's a lot of dust up there?
Well, listen, here's the thing though. Chucky, so you think, I'm asking a question. Do you think we'd get a better signal with satellites in space or ground and lower sky stuff within the Earth?
Well, it depends on what you're doing. If you want geosynchronous, no, I think it'd be better to be from space. But if you want it just local, yeah, ground is going to be better.
But you're assuming geosynchronous when you even use the word.
No, I've set up satellite dishes.
So what?
They have to point at one spot.
They point up and then they intersect with a radio signal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you point them off
Yeah,
a little.
you point them up
don't.
out of the way of buildings and topography so that the tower can broadcast.
You have to point them at a certain spot in the sky.
So what? So what? No, you don't know that. That shit can broadcast real far. And they have other ways to broadcast, not just towers.
Why am I pointing up at what, a 23-degree angle?
Because that's
to get the best
way.
signal.
Yeah, the best signal from what's already up there in the atmosphere hanging out for you to intercept.
And it's not what our satellite dishes do. Our satellite dish for our house, for example, is I can make a photo tomorrow. I actually should really do that. It's just almost level with the ground because our house is on an elevation on a little hill, and it's almost exactly the same parallel elevation regarding the next tower that we have in our village. Okay,
But
so
let's
it
say it
directly
is
points to
a
a
satellite
tower.
could
It doesn't
be.
point into the sky or anything like that because there is no signal coming from space. That's just delusional.
Clay, who is your satellite service provider in Germany?
Ah, dude, I have no clue, man. I should need to ask my dad or something. No one watches TV anyways.
But
I'm
it
just
still could be
pointing it out.
satellites above us, right? It still could be. I mean, there's how many satellites are above you right now on balloons? Do you know? Because I don't.
I don't know, man. I don't know,
Yeah,
but
but
I
balloons
think
only last a few
most of
days
any
or weeks.
transition is just all ground
Balloons
based,
only last what?
A few days or weeks at
No,
best.
that's wrong. Up to 300 days now. You're wrong. You seem to be wrong. Like short sighted.
Well, I had satellite for 5 years.
Anyway, it's good night.
Right. So,
And do you keep those balloons? How do you keep those balloons in geosynchronous?
how would a smart person keep a balloon where in the same where it's receiving your signal? I would say they could do that pretty easily. They've shown us on videos how they do it.
Electrostatic tethering is one of the ways, right? So you can increase or decrease the elevation of the balloon, right, for wind signals based on electrostatic charge, right? So you can be up there moving the balloon up and down in elevation. So say you have a wind current that's going east to west and you have one that's going west to east, and these two are residing in various levels of the atmosphere. You can either increase your elevation to hitch a ride a little bit to the west, decrease to hitch it back to the east. You can constantly do this over and over again to keep your balloon within a certain geographic area. Simple. They've been doing it for years.
This balloon is off the coast of Mexico, Pacific.
Could be.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. How would you prove there's not? I mean, you're saying there's balloons above you in space, right? And okay, maybe, but we're saying there are balloons up in the sky, and you're going, how would they do that? Well, the same people that you say put them in space probably could put them in the sky, right?
Yeah, they
They
could
don't
probably
know how to do that.
they could probably use drone technology invented years ago to keep that thing pretty stable as well, and with a very, very low, charge.
No, but you understand my point, right? He's totally fine with people being smart enough to put these satellites that he can receive a TV signal from without interruption, basically, for 5 years in outer space. Yeah. But to put it up in the sky is just impossible. Can't figure it out.
Yes. Can't figure it out.
Right. That's what I just said. Yes. That's what you believe. I think that is strange. I think actually the outer space would be harder. But either one, even saying that outer space is easier, it doesn't.
Why don't
mean that
why don't
someone couldn't
you
figure
think
out how to do it
geosynchronous orbits?
other ways, right?
Sorry, Rakia. Why don't you think geosynchronous orbits can work?
I mean, I'll just be honest. I think it could work. Why couldn't it? I wouldn't call it an orbit. Whatever you want to call circling above you, that's fine if you want to call it an orbit. But remember, I'm the superfluid guy. So once you get something in a path, controlled path with you designate in a frictionless environment, I would say that's easy. And
So you're okay with orbits?
well, as I described, I don't think it's orbiting around a sphere and being held in, like, held at a certain distance by some type of gravity, whatever you want to call it, that you don't know the cause of. I think there's a big lot of holes in all of that. But hanging something from a balloon and controlling it like they've taught me that they do control these things, and sending out a frequency into an area where you receive TV from it, I totally get that. You don't even need a satellite dish to get HD TV now. You just need an antenna. You can put it in your attic.
Only if they're broadcasting it, yeah. Digital
Right,
HD,
but
sure.
you have to realize I have a satellite TV on my boat, right? When I went 100 miles offshore, it cut off. Well, is that because it lost signal with the satellite that's in outer space? It has to be another reason, right?
All
So
those
that made
mountains out there, all those mountains out there were interrupting your signal.
me think I was receiving signal from the shore somehow, because another boat that had a more powerful satellite still was receiving.
You mean a larger?
Larger, more powerful, yeah. He could receive email, send faxes, or faxes, whatever they can do. There's upgrades. Like mine's the lower model. It only has so much input, so much power, so much range. He had more range and more capability.
Yeah, you can't get dish TV all over the world, but yeah, that seems a little surprising.
But
I'll
mine
tell
goes
you
out
sure can't get.
as I get about 90 to 100 miles offshore. Mine goes out. It's not easily
Well, you're on the
explained by a satellite in space.
By the way, hey, this time last week, Rakia, I was thinking about you, not in a Kosho daydreamy kind of way, but I was offshore fishing.
Nice, bro. Yeah, I haven't been. We're gearing up to go now. That my AC should be in the next week or so, and I'll get that slime cooled down. We're gonna go deep drop, catch some swordfish and some other stuff. They caught 2 sword this Saturday, and we ate them that night, but I didn't go on the trip.
Nice, yeah. The people that went out 2 days after us caught sailfish and stuff. We didn't go out too far. We were limited on time, so we were just out fishing for hogfish. So caught a bunch of hogfish. Delicious.
Hog. What
Do
are
you like the
those?
taste?
Hogfish.
Yeah, what's a hog?
Let me see if I can get the proper name for you real quick.
Yeah, it's probably the same
You
type
like
of
the
fish I have. We just don't call them a hog.
Hell, I was gonna say I ain't never heard of no damn hogfish.
Yeah.
Rakia, do you like swordfish? I didn't find it that special.
I enjoy it. Yeah, it's my youngest son's favorite
I
fish. I like
mean,
grouper. Grouper's my favorite fish, next to snapper and then trout. But offshore, I like grouper and red snapper.
the American
What
red
about
snapper is better, in my opinion, than grouper. We get grouper all the time, but
Dorado
yeah.
or
Dude, a snowy grouper. Oh,
So hogfish is just called a hogfish, man. I think it's its own thing. If you
yeah.
haven't had one, man, they're freaking delicious.
We might not have them here because
You
if
might
they were
not.
here,
Might
I
be
would
too.
catch them. Yeah,
Might be too cold up there.
yeah, it might be a different climate.
aren't you in the Gulf? Rakia?
Oh no, they go all the way up into Canada. So
Maybe it's too warm.
Yeah,
Isn't
it
the
might be
Gulf
too
warmer
warm.
than the Atlantic?
Yeah,
well, I was
absolutely.
fishing in the Gulf. We both are in the Gulf.
Hey,
But
Rakia.
there's dolphin and Dorado there, right?
Well, the Gulf where I'm at, and the Gulf near the stream, the Gulf Stream that goes through the Bahamas and all that, temperatures are a lot different.
Rakia, I wanted to ask you. You said that when you go out 90 miles, your TV cuts off. But you said you had a friend with another boat, and he goes out he can go further because he's got a stronger, receiver or whatever. How far can he go out and then his service
I
cuts
don't
off? Do you
know.
know?
I
Oh.
do not know that, but I do know one trip we were both out. I was about 90 miles out. We were trying to watch a football game, playoff game, and my TV went out, and everybody was pissed. We just thought it was a satellite, so we got on the radio with them. They were like, "No, we still got it. We're about 20 miles south of you. We're about 120 miles offshore. Blah blah blah. So we're coming over there. We went, I unloaded guys onto their boat, and they watched the game. But as soon as I went in within 90, just approximate 90 miles, I received service again. So that made me think it was coming from some type of something on the land, a tower or whatever it may be. But it definitely says satellites. Like my dish is spinning all the time, and I have 2 different satellites that I connect to, is what it says. So I get my local stations from a certain satellite, and then the regular package stations like HBO and whatever, ESPN, from a different satellite. Which doesn't make sense kind of either, because local stations seem like they would be broadcasting from from towers locally. But
You a Saints fan, Rocky, or college?
I like college better, but I watch the Saints.
But not really a fan, like not entire.
No, I'm a fan. Yeah, I'll watch if Saints are in the playoffs, I'll definitely watch them. But I watch them as much as I can. But LSU, we have season tickets and all.
What would you do to get the next Drew Brees?
Oh, I don't know, man. He's a one of a kind, huh?
No, I mean, but you have
one of a kind.
Big shoes to fill in. Bridgewater's not doing it, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
drafting, or are you?
I don't know what they're doing, to be honest. I don't keep up with it like that. I don't really like. I used to be really into it. Like even college football, LSU. If LSU lost, my week was devastated. Right? I'm not like that anymore. Like I go enjoy the game with my family, and we have season tickets. We go out tailgating and have fun. But win or lose, it doesn't affect us one way or another. But I have to be honest, it used to when I was younger.
I dropped a couple of pictures of hogfish in there.
I'm gonna go check it out.
I'm sure you guys have them up there. They're tough to. It's not an easy fish to actually get up in your boat.
Fight hard, yeah. They're broad, huh?
Well, yeah, it's not even the fight. It's just hard to target them and actually pull that species onto the boat. And if you do get huge ones, it's funny, man. Like the sharks out there, they will literally let you bring all the hogfish you want in your boat up to a certain size, and the minute you get over a certain size, a freaking shark is going to take it, guaranteed. Like they'll sit there and wait until you get one.
I'm gonna try and post a shark video that happened in out of one of my marinas last week or week before. It's crazy, dude. Let me see if I can post it.
I like sharks, man. Quick story. I got chased by a barracuda once. I was in the Cayman Islands with my family. We were visiting, and I was by myself in the ocean. They got that roped off area out there, like don't swim past this. And I was like, goddamn right, I'm fucking swim past that shit. And I got out there, and I was just looking around, whatever. And I see a blurry fish in the distance, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of big. And it starts coming at me, and I'm like, no shit, that's a barracuda. And I start flapping my feet. I never looked back. And I got to the shore, and I saw him right, not super close to the shore, but he was right under, like on our side of the rope, just kind of, hovering there, flapping, poised. He's like, come the fuck back in this water, you bitch. Come on. It was crazy.
Yeah, barracuda are nasty.
Yeah, they're the other threat to your catch when you're out there. Sharks are very dirty.
Yep.
They'll take your shit.
Is there a lot of barracuda?
Am I breaking up for him?
I think you're breaking up, Rakia, or is it me? Is he breaking up for anybody else? Or is it my signal?
He's breaking up for me too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those barracuda have those needle teeth, man. Those things are so nasty. Those pictures of that hogfish you had, they kind of look like, have you ever seen a sheep's head?
Yeah, we caught sheep's head. If you look at the second picture there, there's some sheep head in the pile of fish in the back. You'll see the ones with the black and white stripes. That's sheep head.
Oh, okay.
Were you worried that that barracuda was going to kill you, or more just take a chunk of?
Just take a chunk. I mean, I was just afraid he was going to like nip off a toe or get a little bit of ankle or calf or something. I wasn't really, but I don't know if this saved me or helped me at all. But I had flippers on, and so I don't know if that like he was like, fuck that, it's not worth it or whatever. But or I just was fast enough to get back. I doubt it. Those fuckers are fast.
How big is a big barracuda when you saw?
Fuck. I don't know. 5 feet long, maybe 6 feet long.
Yeah, that's not
Maybe
beach.
maybe smaller though, dude. Because I was afraid, right? So it could be bigger in my imagination than it was.
When your eyes get big, the fish gets bigger.
Right. Yeah. And the more beers you get,
I knew.
Go ahead.
I only just recently, like 10 years ago, or no, it's 20 years ago now, went snorkeling, and everything looks bigger in that mask, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and you know what? Thank God I had my snorkel gear on because I wouldn't have been able to see the dude.
Yeah, it's amazing what how much of a difference it makes.
Yeah.
You're in Florida?
No. That was the Cayman Islands. I was vacationing in with my family
Oh,
a long time ago. I was 14, I think.
Rakia, the devilfish or whatever, the stingrays that go through Tampa, do you see those up there? Is he gone? Oh my God. Am I gone? Am I back?
Oh, we can hear you. I think his signal was cutting out, so he might not be there. Were you talking about devil rays? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, isn't that what they migrate, I guess, and they go through the Tampa Bay, and it just looks like you can walk on the water or something.
I mean, yeah, that specific type of ray, I'm not sure what their range is, how far up in the Gulf that they get. But those are huge. Like the devil, what they call the devil ray, is freaking ginormous.
Oh, I thought it was just like a 3-footer, not like a manta.
No, like there's different kinds of like rays. So you have like stingrays, manta rays. I think the devil ray is a type of manta ray.
They're neat looking. Manta ray, I think, is see.
Yeah, manta rays are. So like normal stingrays, like the little small ones, those are all along the shore throughout pretty much all the Gulf. I think everywhere.
Well, they're on the. I've seen them on. My grandparents lived in near Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood. We see them there every year. Well,
Where at?
Just north of Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood area.
Oh yeah. Yeah. You got to do what they call the stingray shuffle when you're on the beach going out in the water.
Well, they just swim in the shit there that's floating, right? And it looks like they blend in, right? They're smart.
Yeah. They stay along the sand, right? So you don't want to step on them because then they will sting you. So during specific times of the year, they tell you to shuffle your feet so that you can like scurry them off as opposed to stepping on them. And they call it the stingray shuffle.
I don't think we saw any when we were in St. Lucia. It's little. Oh, we were just off the beach there.
Yeah, I mean, I see rays all the time. They're around in the Gulf.
All right, another cool story. Sorry, real quick. What were we saying, Chucky?
No, I was just asking, do you eat rays? I don't think so.
I don't think
You
you do.
can. So I think a lot of times your seafood restaurants might be selling you what they call like so they'll punch out parts of rays and try to claim that it's a God, now I can't remember what it is. The
Like a scampi?
no, what is it? Gosh, it's a common seafood dish, right?
Eel?
No, they're
Fried catfish?
no. Scallop. Lots of times I
Oh
think
yeah, scallops.
Yeah, that's what I meant by scampi. Damn
Oh,
it.
scampi.
'Cause
Okay.
it's right.
Well, fuck, if it tastes like a scallop, I'll eat it.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a little bit.
Scallop tastes like a scallop. It's gotta be chewy,
I think it's
right?
a little bit chewier than an actual like good sized bay scallop. But I think what they do is they'll punch out parts of the rays and try to pass them off as scallops quite often.
Oh, good. I got a funny story about it. So, like, there's
Sorry,
two.
I interrupted.
I'm sorry. I was just going to tell a really quick story and then shut the fuck up for a while. But so my other story about manta rays, stingrays. So there's a difference between stingrays and manta rays, and actually, I don't know which one it was, but anyway, there's a spot. We were in Jamaica, and there's a spot way out from the beach, a couple hundred miles. That's shallow enough to where it goes up to your chest, and you can kind of bounce off with your toes, right? So it's like 7, 8 feet of water in the middle of the ocean. It's awesome, and it's a lot of. And so there's where this group of basically domesticated ray. I think they're stingrays, not manta rays. Go over there and hang out with when the humans show up in this boat, and it's a looking glass boat. You can see through to the bottom and all that stuff. You get out in your snorkeling gear, and they put these gloves on you, and they give you this like sludge, and it's really bright and it stinks like shit. And you grab the sludge with your gloved hand, and you put it down there, and these motherfuckers come up and eat off of your hand. They don't have teeth, so it's like an old person gumming something off your hand, right? Or like a baby doing it. But it's a huge it's just crazy. It was one of the craziest experiences I've ever had. It was nuts.
And where did you say you were?
That was in Jamaica.
Yeah, that would be something. But you didn't get to swim with them?
No, we swam with them. Some of them were big enough to where you could grab their front fin, like kind of next to their head on the right or left, right? And they would take you around a little bit, but they'd drop you off like almost right away. They'd be like, "Yeah, we can do this, but it's whatever." And they didn't really see. We get enjoyment out of it. I don't know if they did or not. I think they just showed up for the food, but who knows, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have lots of places around my area where you can feed the rays, or they have like stingrays that have been debarbed that are in tanks that you can like pet them and all that kind of stuff. A lot of that all over. Tourists love it.
They all gotta be. They're all bottom feeders with that body type, right?
Yeah, literally, you just take a small fish and you hold it in between your fingers and have your hand rested on the bottom, and they'll come swimming by and take it from you. They have it in the Tampa Bay Rays baseball stadium. They have a tank with stingrays in it that you can go and touch them, and do all that stuff. Yeah.
Not dating each other.
But speaking of aquatic animals, we have something around my area that's somewhat rare, or at least not all over the place. We have a ton of manatees, which are interesting sea creatures.
Oh yeah. They're cute, ugly, right?
Yeah, they got like little whiskers and stuff.
Oh,
They
sea
look
cow. Yeah, are you talking about? I was just gonna say Gaffigan. Sea cow.
sea cow. Yep. Yep. They just look like turds floating in the water most of the time, especially in the winter.
Saw a lot of them in Belize. They like shallow water, man.
Yeah, they like brackish water, or if you're in straight salt water and you put like a hose off your deck, like off your dock, they'll like that fresh water. So mainly brackish water, but they like fresh
Yeah, I
water
guess if
coming
we were
into
at
it.
the Belize City, which I want to say is, but we were on the river first, and then we got up. That's cool. I don't. They have them in Florida, I thought, but I guess you're right. It's more in the rivers.
Yeah, it's definitely more towards like the inland waters is kind of where they reside. Brackish water, salt water, but also they like where rivers spill into the ocean, right? So a little bit of a mix.
It seems odd, you know, such a small zone. You would live with it.
Seems odd that they would reside in such a small zone.
That's yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
or maybe you're right. It's just they prefer it.
Yeah, don't quote me on all my manatee knowledge, but they seem to reside closer to like the brackish waters, especially around like springs and stuff like that. You get them in. I mean, they are in fresh water. We have them a lot in the spring waters that eventually make their way into the salt water. But they really like springs. So there's lots of rivers around that we kayak and paddleboard and all that stuff, and you'll see manatee in them all the time. They love cold spring water.
They spend most of their time just under the water, right, and then pop up to grab a breath.
Yeah, they're always underwater, and then they come up to take a breath. Yeah.
They're curious too. They'll play with
Yeah,
you like we.
my wife and son were. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll just be quick. They like we put on snorkeling like little snorkels. I'm sorry, like scuba tanks and clean the bottom of the boat, and a manatee would come and try and like play with you and press you against the boat. They wouldn't try and hurt you, but they're just so big you got scared of them. But cool animals, like they're highly protected too.
Oh yeah, don't touch them. If you ever come to
Uh,
Florida and you see one, do not touch it.
What's it protecting?
The manatees are protected themselves. They get so they're just so I guess you could say slow that they get chewed up by boats quite often. So most of them, when you see them down here, you'll see that they just have cuts all along their back.
Most of the areas are no wake zones where the manatees really are, hang out. But other areas they'll have signs everywhere. Watch out, They're pretty cool creatures.
Can we not switch to like a jet boat style instead?
I guess that would be better, but you can still you can still run into them with your hull.
I guess so. But when you say they attack you, what are they attacking with? They don't have
No, they don't attack. They're really slow. They're just docile, but that's why they get hit so much. They don't really pay attention to where they're going. They expect you to pay attention to where they're going.
Yeah. Yeah. They're no threat. I mean, they're vegetarians, so it's not like they're gonna start attacking you to try to eat you or anything. And I don't know if they have really any predators that I could think of.
Yeah, I've never heard of that either. I'm sure they must, right? Like a shark seemed like would eat them.
What sharks do you have up there in the Gulf?
All,
you
all
name
of
it.
them.
You name it.
Did you watch
Yes.
the video I posted?
The answer to that
No.
question is yes.
See, my grandparents used to live in Fort Myers. That was the Gulf side, and we'd see dolphins all the time, but not sharks.
Oh, there's a lot of sharks there.
Oh,
I
yeah,
just
there's
left. Like I've
tons of
been going there a lot. That's where the hurricane really hit hard. So we did a lot of relief stuff there. My wife was there for like 2 months. But she's back home now. Fort Myers is beautiful, but it ain't beautiful right now.
Yeah, a lot of the stuff along the coast got devastated. I'm not far from there. I have friends there.
We spent a year just going up around Florida and stopping at all the marinas in Fort Myers, Sanibel, a couple of places like that. We're
All
just
in all, Fort Myers.
Did he cut out for anybody else? Is it just me?
Yeah, he cut off right in the middle of his statement. He said Fort Myers, and then he went blank.
Yeah.
He said, all in all, Fort Myers.
Yeah, he must have got cut off. I get a phone call, and it takes me out of Discord for whatever reason. The way my phone's set up or whatever.
I'm at home. Guys, a good chat. Good night.
Oh, see it.
Later. Anybody else want to defend Stone? We'll turn you.
Yeah, dude. Were they attacking bait, like a huge bait ball or something? Those sharks?
Yeah. I think pogies. I think they got it sighted, and then just. I've never seen that many sharks in one play.
Just on pogies?
I think so.
Pogies, like porgies? Pogies?
We call them pogies. It's just bait fish.
Oh.
Cut them up for a red snapper or deep drop or whatever. Pogie and squid is what we usually use.
What's a pogie?
Pogie.
I'm out here in freaking LA, dude, and all the mountaintops are covered in snow. It's just crazy to see. California got so blasted with snow, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, my friend lives over there. He got a couple feet. There's supposed to be more coming.
Friend.
Yeah. I guess they
that was the part Rocky gave over.
I stopped listening
at
that point.
My boy had to leave his house because it was so bad. The power went out and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they issued a state of emergency out here in I think it's like Pasadena area or something rather. One of these areas. Crestline, Arrowhead, Big Bear, like that whole area just got fucking pounded, dude. People are like trapped in their Airbnb rentals and fucking they got no food and water. I guess it's a big deal.
My friend actually left his house and went and got an Airbnb.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's a big old debacle with some of these people because they rented the vacation house and then the roads got closed so they couldn't even make it. And I don't think they're being refunded and shit. I don't know. Snow.
We have a no refund policy at our mountain condo. It's just part of it, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's like included in the clause or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's not us that does it. It's the real estate company that runs the deal for us. They don't give refunds because it's
Well,
just the roads get closed so often.
yeah, you'd lose money if you were going to give refunds.
Our lady said the money's in the hills because we were like had condos on the beaches, still do, but we thought we were making money there. But she was right about the hills, man. People love the mountains. This is Smoky Mountains right by Dollywood.
Do you have
Cool area.
individuals? Do you have like small management groups that run and manage your properties, or
Yeah,
okay,
yeah. That's how
What
most.
do they take? Like a third?
no,
I don't want to discuss it.
because my buddy's
I'm
getting
telling,
so my
bro, they
buddy
hit
has
you hard.
Yeah.
because my buddy has a
Companies,
couple.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say my buddy has a couple of 6 or so rental properties, and then he started. He's just now venturing off into managing other people's investment rental properties for them. And yeah, he's standing to make a decent chunk of change just managing 6 other properties other than his own. And when I say
Yeah,
decent
that's
change, I'm talking like 200 grand a year for like 2 hours
Yeah.
of work a week.
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they hammer you on the real estate management people. They hammer you on the percentage. They take a nice cut.
What has gotten us lately, especially on the beach resorts, is not only insurance but just the maintenance, like upkeep, the HOAs type stuff. It's ridiculous. I mean, it's gotten out of hand. You're breaking even right now on your normal rentals. You're doing good. My brother has one on the same beach area that we have one in, but his is like a upscale, like I think it's called the atrium maybe, and like he never stays there. He tells everyone can't afford to stay there. It's so expensive, dude. It's crazy how much people pay for these things. But we get a lot of the snowbirds that come down during their winter and stay all. That's who books our winter time. If not, we wouldn't have anybody. I mean, when it's cold, nobody really goes to the beach. These snowbirds, they think it's warm. The summertime, you make more money, but you have more maintenance too, like because you have the groups that come in for a week to go to the beach and party, and they just tear your shit up.
Yeah, those long-term rentals, and you can charge the shit out of snowbirds. I mean, they are pretty frugal, right? But they'll pay like
Yeah,
my parents snowbird in Florida, and they for like a small ass condo, they pay like 4 times what my mortgage is on a
it's
ginormous house.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
They usually have money though. I mean, I actually have a condo that I rent so I can not stay in my own condo, and we go March, usually March and October, and it's cheaper than. I mean, this dude, like, I don't see how he makes it. Right? Stupid. I rent his condo, even though I have a condo there, because it doesn't make any sense to stay in my own. You can't really. You can block out time, but if I can get this condo, well, I have it every year for 2 months, and it's so much cheaper than staying at my own. I don't lose the rent, and it's cheaper because I have to pay no matter what. I still have to pay. You know what I'm saying? It's just a small fee, but you still pay for your own damn condo. It's ridiculous.
Let's hear your
Yeah.
best Pete Shea impersonation. Who's got a good Pete Shea impersonation?
Jeremy does. Jeremy loves him some Pete Shea.
Jeremy snapped on Pete yesterday, dude. She was funny as hell.
I'll be honest. I think he's very interesting. I've actually learned things from him, but man, sometimes it's like unbearable.
I would be able to tolerate him more,
Like
dude, if I could understand what the
Pete.
fuck he was saying.
You're
Oh, sorry,
roboting,
shit.
Jeremy.
Yeah, it's hard to hear you. You're breaking up, Jeremy.
Yeah, Pete has some great things to say sometimes, but he also like can't help himself but like be a color commentator on people's conversations where it's just like very interruptive many times.
Some good stuff.
Put Jeremy in the hot mic room, please.
But
we should.
Fundy and Pete were going at it, dude, and like
his delivery is bad. He's
yeah,
got a bad delivery. That's all.
Yep, definitely, Jeremy. Good point.
he like tries to take control of the conversation and like steer it a whole nother direction. But I'm like stuck trying to figure out what the fuck he's saying because it's like his accent and then like the way he like pronounces his words like all flamboyantly and shit. Like it's interesting to listen to. Like I could easily fall asleep listening to him, but I just don't know what the fuck he's saying most of the time.
No, he's great, and it's like he starts as the backup singer that has like maybe two words to get into the song, and then eventually he's got the chorus, and then before you know it, he's got the mic and is singing every song for the next 4 hours.
And the whole audience left.
Right.
Yeah, he's tough sometimes.
Who would you rather hear for an hour, Pete or Zanuck?
Pete.
They're similar in the way that they can both just kind of inch their way in and completely take over
ramble
and talk to themselves.
Oh man.
Pete doesn't double speak. Pete speaks his mind and what he believes. I respect that.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
It's a lot different with Zanuck. Zanuck may
Zanuck's
be
over
a
here
great
trying to
man.
teach you shit.
Yeah, but he double speaks the shit out of you. And then blames it on you. That's amazing. Well, how amazing is the arguments now, right? The conversations from 5 years ago to now. Like seriously, man, it's almost getting weird how quickly flat Earth is growing.
Is Deathbringer still on the server?
I don't know, but yeah, I was having a conversation with a coworker the other day, and it's like, so I made the mistake of early on, right? So like in 2013 or 14, something like that, starting to have these conversations with people at work, right? Like big mistake, oops. So there's people at my work that have been around for a while that know my stance on a lot of different things. And I was talking to one guy the other day, and he was basically saying somebody was on maybe Joe Rogan or something like that, having conversations regarding many different things that may relate to like flat Earth or something. And he's like, do you think it's going to like come out? Do you think it's going to become mainstream? And I was like, okay, if this dude's asking these questions, then there's going to be some sort of rollout of some form of this information to the general public, I think, sometime in the fairly near future. I think it's going to be a controlled and guided rollout, but I think some shit's going to start coming to light at some point.
I don't think it will in a positive way. I think it's going to be like demonized to the point where it's going to be regarded as like harmful disinformation. Like that's kind of how it's already being propositioned.
I don't know, man. They tried that, right? They tried to, these are terrorist type people, blah blah blah. I think that's turning. I think they saw that that wasn't going to work. People are fed up, right, with whatever authority figure that they think is in control. They're fed up with all that. They just want to know, what's your truth, what's my truth, what's your stance on this, and just be honest. They're tired of all the BS. Life's too short, right? It doesn't matter to me what shape. I mean, it really doesn't matter. But I'm not going to let people deceive my family and friends like I was deceived. Like I'm almost ashamed that although I knew how water acted, that I believed water curved. Like never wanted to learn about it, never knew how the optical illusions were created. I had no clue. It's shameful, right? Where we live. What's also kind of strange is from the religious point, from a Bible belt, Bible believing person that has a lot of people in my community that are the same, how I wasn't taught ever about day two creation. I was taught about all the other days, never once mentioned the firmament or rakia. Something's wrong with that, right? Went through CCD with Catholics, went through baptism, catechism, Bible study, and never once heard the word firmament until this topic. And then when I approached my brother, actually for the first time, we were actually at the condo that I rent, sitting on the couch, and I asked him about the firmament, and he got upset. That's when I knew there was something to it.
Hey, Napalm, you there, buddy?
Yeah, what's up?
Just wondering if I could get a one-on-one with you.
Yeah, that's cool.
Thanks.
Who's gonna whip it out first? Oh, they want to do a private one-on-one, huh? Oh, fuck, it's Friday.
Mic check.
I heard you.
Hey guys, have you guys heard of the movie called Plan 75?
No.
It's a Japanese movie. They won Oscars. Well, there's this thing going on. It's a fad in Japan. I don't know. Young people are killing their fathers, and this Plan 75 is this movie is about getting rid of the old people by the time they're 75. And there's actually a politician that's mentioned many times in public, trying to persuade people to do mass suicide. And like, he's not even like, if some politician got up in any other country and was telling people to do mass suicide, they'd be fucking put in jail. But in Japan, it's perfectly fine. You can talk about this shit. You can say, hey, I think you should all kill yourselves, and because our population's getting too old. It's like, it's what a fucked up culture, man. I tell you. I mean, I do like the Japanese culture, a lot of aspects about it, but some things are just like it shouldn't be talked about. Shouldn't be like. I was like, you shouldn't tell people to go and fucking kill themselves, eh? Because people are actually.
Alright, I agree. It's definitely something you shouldn't say out loud, but the silent part of that, if you look at even in the United States as an example of what probably Japan is, combating with that kind of rhetoric, Social Security, for an example, there's far more older people than that are going to be needing Social Security than they're going to be people in their 20s and 30s paying into Social Security to pay for all the old people.
Yeah, they're just.
It's a backwards system.
It's not fair on like on their human aspect. Like they've worked their whole lives. Obviously, Japanese are hard workers. They do everything for their family and their country. And now they're being told, well, you've had enough life. You should just go and kill yourself now. It's like in Japan, that they're so healthy. They like 80-year-old people are still working full-time jobs. It's not as if they're not productive. It's like why? And I just can't get my head around some of the things like that their government allows. You know, like people allowed to take sex dolls to work as their companion, and you're allowed to sell in Japan. They sell used schoolgirls' underwear in vending machines with no age restriction on purchasing them. It's fucked up, man. I just don't understand their thinking, man.
Well, you can call it fucked up. It's just they have a different view on things than other countries do, so it's just their way. I mean, it's kind of like the whole animals thing. Like, where do you draw the line on when you see like the picture that a bunch of these vegan people do, showing like chicken and rabbit and cat, dog, sheep, horse, all that, all in a line, and they're like, where do you draw the line at not eating them? Right. Well, in the United States, we typically don't eat dogs and cats, but in other countries, they're perfectly fine with eating dogs and cats. We might look at it as weird, but it's just the way it happens over there, just versus what it is over here. So if that's the way they want to have their society, who am I to say otherwise?
As some things slowly sort of get into the consciousness of the people as a whole in this world, it's like these type of acceptable notions, they do bleed down into the rest of society. So it's Japanese, they really have been in many ways for social culture on the cutting edge, and have been sort of like a place where you can look at and see the future of your country one day, you know. And so many things have come to pass from what they did in the past, like 10, 20 years ago, and then they sort of materialize into my culture, you know. And it's just it's just something. It's like a way of looking into the future of some twisted things that are to come. So if you're not accepting of those things, well, get used to it, because they're knocking on your back door right now.
Now, I'm not too up to stuff on Japan's cultures of stuff, and the way they make decisions for things. Are you from there or visited there for a long period of time or something?
I'm not from there, but I know a bit about the place, and I have been there. But yeah, I just think that, you know, some of the things that are not acceptable now that are coming into our Western culture, they started off, those attributes started off in Japan years and years ago, and now they're bringing them in, and this kind of anything like political correctness and the sort of like the anime style trans fucking 127 different sexual varieties dance, sex education with little children at really young age, and then all of the other sort of twisted sexual orientational sort of vices that are they're all coming from this place in Japan. I tell you, it's an underground, like they are the central hub of porn. You know, that's where
I
porn
knew that, yeah.
porn is spawned from there, man. And it's like porn is just like the general thing. You can see it everywhere. Yeah, you know. And if you don't want it in your country, well, you just look at what's going on in Japan. You've got people standing up and telling everyone to kill themselves, and mass murders, mass suicides. I mean, that's acceptable in Japan now. It's not in America, but it will be in America soon, you know, for people to actually suggest that to children.
Oh, nah.
Uh, and to kill your father, that's a really common thing these days in Japan. It's
Well,
picking up.
it can be over there, but as far as making it to the States, that's highly doubtful.
Oh, that's where I'm skeptical. That's where I'm saying, look at your future. Look at Japan. Look at their social system. Look at what they're doing in the underground, and that's what you should be looking forward to in America if you continue with the same type of government that you have now.
How
Not
do
just
you put the
America,
two
but
together?
my
How,
country too.
how are you putting the two together? How are you saying that, Japan is basically a fast forward version of what America is? How are you putting the two together?
Just from the social sort of underground culture, you can see like anime, you can see sex dolls, porn. This all spawned from Japan, and it bleeds through. It bleeds through into the Western culture.
Anime has been around in the United States for quite a long time. Most
Yeah,
of it
yeah.
we did pull from Japan, but I don't see how that the anime part of it has any kind of bearing on the political side of American politics of what they would do, what our politicians would say openly, like what you're saying in Japan. But the sex toys and dolls and porn and all that is a multi-billion-dollar industry in the United States, man. It's and been that way for many, 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 many years. you know.
Mm. Oh well, I guess I just to say like to say just beware, and keep your eyes up. It's like if you don't want your children growing up in a world like that, because like that's not how I wouldn't want my children to be sort of brainwashed acceptably by the government, brainwashed and told that they maybe should kill their parents, or maybe their parents should do mass suicides, and have that as an acceptable sort of an attribute that the government thinks is allowed. I don't know. It's just disappointing. Yeah.
Yeah, but then in the United States, we put out a movie called Mom and Dad that literally is about parents going around just slaughtering their children in brutal ways.
Let me ask a question real quick. What's the Hebrew influence over there in Japan?
I don't think there are any.
You sure about that? Because, like, for
Are you
example,
talking
like
about?
Japan.
Are you talking about Christianity?
No.
Oh, what do you mean by Hebrew then?
Jewish.
Oh, okay, right.
Aren't Hebrew? Isn't like the Hebrew thing? Isn't that like Jewish?
Okay, so are you saying what's the Jewish influence in Japan? I
Yeah,
wouldn't
like
know.
not like a religious standpoint, like trying to gain like new church members or whatever, but more from like the business standpoint and the banking. Like it seems like they kind of like got their fingers in everywhere. So I'm just wondering, like, because like I know, for example, like Japanimation. If you listen to a lot of the music on Japanimation, it's actually Jewish rock. I forget what the actual word for it is. They've got like a genre, but so I was just wondering like if anybody knew anything about that.
Yeah, see, that's just another rabbit hole to go down, I guess. I
You
don't
heard
know if
about the
anyone,
Dragon family?
the Dragon family.
Yeah, they were I think the wealthiest family in Japan for a long time, and quite recently they had all their money stolen from the U.S. government, and there's like a whole big thing about that. But I don't know. Anyways. Did Napalm and that other guy go into like a whole nother fucking server, or are they in another room? I wanted to listen in. I'm not seeing them anywhere. Hmm. Is everybody tired in here or what? All right, new room.
I'll just be listening. I've got some things to carry.
Sorry, I had to go for a minute. Goodness.
Hey, Kosho, are you there? Anyway,
I am.
here.
I've been wondering where everybody else was.
Yeah, I thought it was just me.
Nah, I've been sitting here just watching YouTube videos.
Does anybody know like this, like a moon angle diameter thing that we get? You know, we get one measurement at zenith and we got another measurement at azimuth. You know, which one's correct? Because in one way, we could be seeing the correct thing on the azimuth and seeing the incorrect thing in the zenith. Something to do with possibly, you know, a curved lens is more dense above than it is the side, but like the opposite of a bowl. I don't know, the opposite effect. So if we're seeing the true thing at the azimuth, then using those sort of ratios there, it sort of like changes things.
Yeah, but wouldn't you do it in more than one location though to be able to, you know, narrow things down? So like that's why a lot of, you know, major observatories are built up on pretty high peaks, right? You know, not just down in valleys where you get, you know, a lot of, you know, atmosphere in the way of changing things and making things a little difficult. You know, you get up on peaks where it's less so that, you know, you can narrow things down, right?
Yeah, I guess you're doing one thing, but at the same point you're raising your variable of elevation, and as long as that's counted for, then everyone cross-referencing would be, you know, one thing. But that's something else. Yeah, definitely. But to spot the moon, one person sees it above, one person sees it from the side, one person sees it from the side, and the guys on the side, you know, one guy's seeing this big moon on the horizon, and the other guy's possibly seeing a big moon on the horizon. I don't know, or maybe the opposite effect. And you know, it's like who's correct? Because what we're seeing is two different things, and you could probably mimic that with some type of lens that gets denser towards the center. So then, like I said, you'd probably need some type of curvature or something like that in it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, couldn't that all be just explained with atmospheric conditions, you know, for the difference of the two people looking at it from the side? I mean, that would be a giant distance between them to be able to see such a thing, so the atmosphere would definitely be different for the both of them.
I mean, like what comes to mind is optically when we record this. Apparently, most of the time we get a white ball. We don't actually get the moon itself. Apparently, not apparently, but I don't know much about it. But you know, amateur photography or stuff like that can't pick up the detail, obviously because it's so far away, whatever like that. But our eyes can see it, you know.
Well, that all comes down to and because some cameras just get a white ball and not actual like features is all due to the camera itself with its exposure rate, right? It's too much exposure, and that's why you get a white ball. You calm down the exposure, you get detail.
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking like the film itself only it picks up an image but doesn't pick up the full image, if that makes sense. If there was something that you were to do to the film or the way it's processed, that it picks up just something else that's there. Maybe showing a more dense, I don't know. You would think that if you're looking up, you would have the least dense view. But maybe if the opposite was, then how would you model anything close to that or describe it? So the original question is like, if azimuth were to be true and zenith were to be untrue, then what sort of measurements would we be working at there? I think it's like the difference between like the smallest moon. Maybe the comparisons they use might be two measurements at azimuth, but surely comparing zenith to azimuth is not a comparison. So seeing the difference in measure at the azimuth, maybe, or whatever. The original question is like, we use 1/2 degree angle diameter as our fact, and I don't think that's decent enough.
So who are you looking for to ask this question?
Say again, mate.
I was saying, like, who are you looking for that you were going to ask this question? Was it Kosho?
No, anybody that wants to interact. No, I just only at the time saw that Kosho's mic was off. But no,
Okay.
general, just
Yeah,
general chit.
Well, I wouldn't say I would be the best person. You know, I've got a basic understanding of what you're talking about, but not. I wouldn't say a deep enough understanding to go down that road.
If I took the smallest moon, which I could find at zenith, and I'd be standing underneath the moon at that particular location, it's possibly going to be about the same diameter to my point of view. So if I compare that to the biggest moon that I've ever seen on the horizon, what sort of difference would you talk about? 6 2/3, 10 times bigger. You know, so that's what I'm talking about there. There's a big difference between looking up and then looking across. You know what I'm saying? And which one is correct? Not a scientific point of view, a very basic point of view. Just an average person walking down the street notices there's a difference between across and up. And one would say, oh, it's denser when you look across, and then this, that, and the other. But surely the description of the moon would blur at the horizon, but it doesn't. It magnifies. So if there's less dense, then it's going to expose more. And why would it be less dense?
Well, I would say it magnified, but probably took away a little clarity, though. I mean, it's, you know, like zooming in on things, like the pictures you see that get posted by flat earthers zooming out across the ocean, right? You know, yeah, you can see it, but it's blurry as fuck, right? You know, yeah, you can tell what it is, but it's blurry as fuck. You don't see like the individual little, like we took looking at the moon, for example. You know, the smaller craters that you would see when it's like directly above you, zooming in on it, right? Versus when it's, you know, magnified by the atmosphere.
Do general lenses work just like the eye, where it's convex on the front and it's concave on the back? Do general, you know, optical, whatever like that, do they use that setup where it hits a convex mirror first, goes through I don't know, a convex lens?
Yeah, and then go to mirrors that basically progressively get smaller for the image to be then brought to your eye. Yeah.
See, because in a way, like, if you're a really basic example is a car, a rear view mirror, which is the one that you look up to, would be flat, and then your side mirrors are convex. And what happens with the convex? It makes the image appear closer. But if you were to make your wing mirrors slightly concave, it would make it look further. And if you've ever driven a car, I don't know if you drive a car or not, there's a big difference between your perception of how far something is behind you by looking up in your rear view mirror and how far it is to your side mirror. And it's probably 10% difference. So if we were recording stuff, it would make sense that you would just use flat reflected surfaces.
Wouldn't wouldn't that difference though, like you just said, using the car example, looking at your rear view versus looking at your side views, wouldn't that be a calculable thing that we could then subtract from what we saw from?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So
Why
it's still
would
usable.
I mean, I would ask the question, why wouldn't we use just flat mirrors like the old school periscope that we made at school? You know, because then your variables are going to be less. You're probably going to slow down the energy of light coming through, but it'll obviously catch up with itself and you'll still see in pretty much real time. But there would be no deviation of assuming whether it's further or closer to you. It's recording exactly what the human eye is seeing. But is it? Because the human eye is convex on the front and concave on the back. So optically, what we record.
But I mean, isn't that how magnification works for like a camera anyway? You know, where
I think
it takes the exposure and of what it's zoomed in on and basically magnifies it off of mirrors.
Yeah, sure. I think that would be to do with like the old school little scopes they used, the monoscopes they used in pirate days. It's just a simple fact that you're just adjusting the distance of the second lens or whatever. Possibly just using, perfect lenses, using a particular, whatever. But perfect lenses for the job, and it magnifies perfectly. Just using flat lenses, flat bits of tempered glass or whatever they would do, whatever. But just yeah. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Anyway, yeah. Going back to that moon.
Make a telescope like you think, and do your measurement. See what you come up with.
No, I mean, you got to trust the information. You know what I mean? It's just.
You don't have to. You don't have to trust it.
No, I mean, if you're using software that everybody's, it's well recognized and stuff like that. There's obviously got to be some sort of, observations of what we see, and that's it. So, if I want observation for such and such, I get observation for such and such. Do these things account for the elevation? I wouldn't have thought so. But elevation would be down to just contour. It's simple 101. So. And then back to the original thing is that seeing big moons at azimuth and seeing tiny moons at zenith, which one's the correct diameter that we see? Because that could take the distance of 240,000 miles all the way down to 1,000 miles.
Well, I mean, at azimuth though, I mean it ranges so wildly though. Because I've seen and looked up at the sky and seen the moon like a fucking super moon in the sky. Right up top of the horizon. And then just a few hours later, when it's higher in the sky, it looks like it's normal size again.
Yeah, then one would suggest that it's moving higher up in the sky as it comes towards you.
That wouldn't be intuitive, though.
It depends on the context.
Because what would make that intuitive was if it happened every day, but it doesn't happen every day. So then that doesn't make it intuitive that is what's happening.
Well, it's got a tilt of about 3 1/3 degree.
Because you're technically under like the globe model, right? When it's on the horizon versus when it's directly above you, you're actually closer to the moon than you were when it was on the horizon, technically by like minuscule amount, but
I would, yeah. But we wouldn't say that what we see on, I guess it's traveled a distance, isn't it? It's traveled a distance from, 3,500 miles away or maybe 6,000 miles on the horizon.
Well, we did. I mean, because remember, in orbit of the moon around the Earth is 30 days or 28 days. Where ours is basically our rotation. It makes it appear to go so much faster across the sky. But it takes 28 days to actually go one time around the Earth.
Yes. I like 28 days because everything else is in relation to something else. So I guess you get two different times. One's against the stars and blah blah blah. But just seeing a bigger moon versus a tiny moon, which one would you go for? Because if at azimuth it ranges, then we know it ranges because either one. No, it would be distance from the Earth in an obvious sense. So if we know that.
Well, I mean, on the horizon, like I said before, wouldn't we be able to say that a lot of these very major variations that we see when it's on the horizon is based in atmosphere? But when it's above us, we don't see a lot of major variations. At least I never have when it's directly up.
Yes.
So, I mean, wouldn't that be more of a baseline to go down instead of the one that has wild?
Yeah, but the variable of the azimuth is merely, would it be assumed that it's merely down to distance of the moon from Earth at that period, at that time? So at times where it's going to move sort of 10% further away, I mean, you got a minimum of 360,000. Sorry, I use kilometers because it works with centimeters, etc. So 360,000 kilometers minimum, 406,000 kilometers maximum. So give or take, that's probably like a 13th difference or something like that. And then that is the difference between the smallest and the largest on the azimuth is about 1/12 difference. So it's showing something, but yet we don't see those differences at zenith. So if someone were to say, it comes towards us and further away from us, you can't possibly recognize that at zenith. So therefore we have to go back to the more reliable thing of the azimuth that we see the change in size. Then we ask ourselves the question, is it magnifying the moon to make it appear closer and larger, or is it doing the opposite?
Well, I mean, we see the atmosphere do the same thing for other stuff, right? So, I mean, why wouldn't we be able to also say that it does it for the moon?
So maybe first thing comes to mind is possibly an airplane. I know, it's the first thing that comes to my mind. And when I see an airplane on the horizon, it's I guess it's small and then it goes large and goes small. So that's not a good comparison, is it? So something that appears large on the horizon and then small when it's over your head. I can't think of an example.
Well, I mean, one example would be the moon, because everything else that appears larger on the horizon is stuck to the Earth. Yeah, we don't have anything of that size. Everything else, and the reason why the moon is that way is because of how far away it is, right? You don't get to see because of how far away it is. Like I said, when it's on the horizon, it's actually further away from you than it is when it's right above you, but it's by a minuscule amount, right? And we're not able to recognize with our eyes that minuscule amount, but we can see the change of what the atmosphere can do for things that are far away, and magnify them and bring them into view. So why can't we just say that the atmosphere is doing the same thing for the moon?
So if you had equals two lines, and you to say to yourself, what situation can I draw where I have a closer object on the horizon, but yet it's further away at my zenith? Would that indicate what type of what I'm just shooting blanks here, you know what I mean? I'm not a speculative whatever person interrogating whatever. I'm just freedom of speech. So if I see it, if it's closer to me when it's at the horizon and it's further than me when it's at zenith, could we describe that on paper? What would come to mind?
A rocket.
A rocket.
Yeah, like if you were standing, 6-7 miles from a rocket launch or something, and then as it goes up, the difference there, yes.
It gets bigger.
Well, yeah, no, never mind. Yeah, it doesn't get bigger.
No, no, no.
What
I
would?
was asking. I was asking. I wasn't saying.
It's bigger. It's bigger at the horizon than it is at zenith. Right?
Yeah.
Because it's on the surface with you, but then it's going up and away from you, and as it goes up and away from you, it's crossing right in front of, like above you at your zenith, and it looks further away because now it's done gone up and further away. But it's
Yeah.
something that was close to you though, and that's the problem. It wasn't out on the horizon per se. I mean, you could probably look at it that way, but it'd be tough. I would literally say that that's the only thing that comes to my mind that you could put there. As something that would do that. I mean, I can't think of anything.
No, yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. I think maybe a ratio of, if you had a 1/12 difference and you originally had 240,000 miles for the distance to the moon, and you just mucked about with a 1/12 difference and you reduced it down to 1/12, you get 2,000 miles. But that's just a guess, isn't it? It's just another random number. Yeah. Cool, man. I've got to shoot, man. But
It would need
thank
to
you.
be just run the test on it, right? Another random number that would need to be tested.
Oh yeah, definitely, man, definitely. It's exchanging of words, isn't it? You know, like you never know what useful information you can get from any scenario, and
Right.
yeah, this is it, man. You know, you learn.
Pretty much all the world's geniuses that have come up with like some of the greatest technologies of the world were spitballing it over coffee with somebody at one point.
Exactly, mate. Exactly, and we're all, you know, having a crack at something different and just inspiring different sort of colourful results of combinations of people getting together on mutual grounds and being respectful and, you know, just saying your stuff without getting mashed up. You know what I mean? And aggressive and fucking name talking and shit like that. You know. Cool, man.
You find that far too often, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. It's nice when there's quiet rooms, just to have a chat and stuff, because like you end up finding text and stuff like that. You know, the amount of fucking scribble you're trying to write, and then you have to rewrite it because the spell check fucked it up or whatever like that, and you end up speed writing through your phone, and then I think your brain starts pumping, and then you start losing it a bit, you know, and getting fucking, I don't know, stupid and stuff. So a lot easier when you're chatting.
Oh yeah,
Anyway,
I vowed not to use the text chat of Discord on my phone just for that reason. It's like you can't keep up.
yeah, definitely, man. Overdrive. So, yeah, you know, the original thing was, you know, if the atmosphere is not magnifying the image, magnification of stuff. If we're seeing a boat on the horizon, it gets smaller. It's just everything, but then like everything in the sky could be doing the opposite. But yeah, cool, man. I'm gonna shoot off, man, now. So I appreciate your time, man.
Yeah, man. Take it easy.
Yeah, take care, mate. All right, bye.
Later.
What's going on here?
Waiting on you, babe.
Well, I'm here.
Did you debunk Witsit's link?
I'll link.
Spherical excess?
I'm not sure what his argument is. Oof. Fortunately, that didn't get to me yet.
Oh, dude, I was listening up in Tatara earlier this morning, and I was getting surprised to hear that Witsit is putting together a auditnasa.com program and a thing to like band people together to start like confronting and questioning people that work for NASA about the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Are you like building an army?
Well, sound like it.
You know, I heard he like, we'll give you the resources and tell you what questions to ask to make sure that you're getting it. Just buy our courses. That was the other thing, right? He was going to sell courses on the website to teach how to confront them and ask the right questions. Oh yeah, there's going to be money involved in this. Like he's looking profitability into flat Earth here. Yeah, just look up audit NASA. Like do a Google search audit NASA. You'll see it.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, I see him posting this link all the time.
Yeah, it's the funniest shit ever. I can't quit giggling about it. It's like all I see in my head is like they're gonna approach somebody. Like you remember the video that kept getting passed around of Buzz Aldrin punching the shit out of this guy that came up and started asking questions about not actually going to the moon, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I saw that on TV.
And he turned around and punched the dude like square in the nose. You know, it's like that's all I can see happening here. You know? That's what I see more videos of like NASA people freaking punching people in the nose. I mean, there's like what 20,000 employees that work for NASA.
I don't know.
I think it's like 20,000 employees that work for NASA. So when are you gonna debate Whitsit about his spherical excess?
Well, I'm not finished looking into the data. As far as I've seen, smaller triangles are pretty inconclusive. The some of the angles varies a lot. So that means the error bar is clearly not that small. There's clearly a couple arc minutes of error bar. No, sorry, not arc minutes. A couple arc seconds of error bar. But if you pick the big ones, then the error bar, I mean, even with the error bar of a couple arc seconds, is still pretty much in favor of the globe, the bigger ones. But yeah, the smaller ones are pretty crappy data. You can't get anything conclusive with the smaller triangles. But I only took a look into a few of them, a couple tens of triangles. I think at this point I tried 60 different triangles, but there are much more than 60 triangles.
Oh, I know.
I'm adding them one by one. and running my algorithm to analyze them.
It's like 200 and something, right?
Might be.
But why is there such a difference though, like a problem between the bigger triangles versus the smaller?
Well, because the bigger the triangle, the more excess you have. So, for example, if let's say your margin of error is 1 arc second, so each azimuth you establish can be 1 arc second off. So each angle requires 2 azimuths, so you have 2 arc seconds that you can be off with one angle. Now, if you have 3 angles, which is required for a triangle, now you build up 6 arc seconds for a margin of error. So you have a huge, like 6 arc seconds of error bar. So if a triangle is small, like just a couple kilometers, then the excess is much smaller than 6 arc seconds. So your error bar is much bigger than the excess. So the data is going to fluctuate a lot more than the thing you're trying to find. Does that make sense?
I want to say yes, but no.
Right. Okay. So okay, I'll give you an example.
Right, let me give you like my
I'll give an
intuitive
example.
understanding of it. Like the way I would think that you have a bigger error with bigger triangles going around as far as your measurement goes. But then with tons of smaller ones, I would think that you kind of narrow it down, like more pinpoint it. Why does the more pinpointed math to it not come out okay, but the more broad math to it works fine?
Because we're talking about like angles. Like angles don't get worse with distance. I mean, the vertical ones do because of refraction, but the horizontal ones don't. So, for example, if you want to know if there's something due north, exactly north of you, and there's something that is, let's say, 45 degrees from north, so northeast. If that thing goes away from you in that same direction, the angle is not going to change. It doesn't matter how far the person goes. If it goes in that same direction away from you, it's still going to be 45 degrees northeast. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm kind of.
So yeah, so angle wise is not that much of a problem. Something be very far. However, if the bigger is your triangle, the more excess you would expect to get on the sphere. So if your error bar is a couple of arc seconds, then your readings are off by at most a couple of arc seconds. So if your excess you're expecting is just 1 arc second, you won't be able to know whether or not the excess is there or if it's just error. Like if your error is bigger than the thing you're trying to measure. It's like I have a ruler and I'm trying to read nanometers. Oh, you can't, right?
Mm-hmm.
The millimeters are much bigger than the nanometers that you're trying to measure. But the bigger the triangle, the bigger the excess becomes. So at some point, it becomes bigger than the error bar. At that point, you're going to be able to try to start getting some difference between what you're measuring and what you would expect to measure on a sphere or on a flat plane. If it was a matter of error, then the bigger triangles would have angles adding up to more than 180 and to less than 180. But that only happens to the smaller ones.
Now, Bacon, I try to understand this stuff, man, and it's just a level of deep that my brain just doesn't comprehend.
No problem.
I mean, I can do a lot of things. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a dumb shit, right? But this particular type of thing, my brain just has a hard time comprehending.
Oh, look who's here. It's high school.
Dude, ice. Oh, you better come off mute. Oh, dude, I haven't seen this guy. Come on, dude.
Yeah, I never seen him on Geos. Sometimes
I
when I
hadn't
see
seen him
him,
in like 6 months. Come on.
and he's not answering.
I like Ice. He's a good dude.
He lives in let me see if I remember. Jamaica, is that it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't come off mute right now. I got my kid with me, and she's pretty noisy. So, and watching TV.
Oh, we understand. You know, I do. I
You're noisy
understand. I
too.
understand your kid. Come on, man.
All right, all right. Great. No, she's watching TV, so I muted it to talk. Unless you want to hear Coco Melon, dude.
Hear what?
Cocomelon. So, Ice, man,
What
are
is that?
you just not jumping on Discord that much anymore, or are you hiding out in some other Discord channel?
No, I come on from time to time, but I don't have a lot of time like I used to.
Well, because you have a kid. A very young child.
Exactly.
I get it. I get it. Yeah, your time is pretty much taken. I get it. So since the last time I talked to you, she should be running around right now, right?
Yeah, but she's afraid of walking, so or afraid of falling, so she'll hold on and walk around. If she's on the bed, she like walk a little bit.
Okay.
So no running yet, but I'll update her.
I'd figured she'd be running around by now.
Yeah, I would love that, but
No,
I
you
guess
don't.
we gotta wait.
You don't. No, you don't, because then you're gonna have to like child-proof the whole house. And next thing you know, they're figuring out how to pull out the little wall plugs that you put in the sockets and sticking a fork in it. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have a hard time once they learn how to run around. Take this moment and live it and love it. Okay.
Everyone says that, dude, but I don't believe it, man.
All right. So my dad loves to tell this story about when I was about 2.5 years old. We lived in an apartment, and I got up in the middle of the night and came out of my bed, get out of the room, went into the kitchen, somehow climbed up on top of the counter and then on top of the cabinets in that little crawl space above the cabinets that are hanging in the kitchen. And I grabbed the black spray paint cans that my dad had put up there. All right, 2.5 years old, okay? And I then got down and I proceeded to spray paint the house, everything in the house. My dad woke up to the smell of the paint. And then he come out to find me covered in black paint because there was a couple of cans up there, and apparently I went back for more than one can. And I had sprayed. I wanted to paint our apparently because my dad says that he asked me why I did it, and I said I wanted to paint everything. So I even wanted to paint our fish aquarium and the fish inside it. I painted the couch, the carpet, the coffee table, the blinds, the windows, the walls. I went to town spraying everything with black spray paint in the middle of the night. And he woke up, found me doing it, put me back to bed. He took a screwdriver and reversed my door handle so that he could lock me in my room, and then went back to bed.
It sounds like he was smart, and it sounds like you've been getting yourself in trouble since 2 years old. So.
Oh yeah, dude, trouble follows me around a lot of times. But I'm just saying, that's how quick a 2-year-old can cause you the worst nightmare of your life. So you're getting there. Like, if they ain't running around yet on their own, then they're not able to get in trouble.
Let's not take over the chat, man. Let people talk about what they were talking about before.
No one's saying anything.
Well, no, I mean, that was the thing. Like, me and Bacon were just kind of talking about Wittit's thing that he posted up, but
I didn't see that.
There's nothing really going on.
No, I wasn't talking about it because I didn't see it.
The spherical excess thing. That's
I didn't see his thing. I don't know what he did.
Oh, okay. You didn't see his thing.
I know what I'm doing. I'm doing what someone should be doing if they want to talk about circumflexes.
I'm not going to talk about it because, like I said, that's beyond me. That is math that is beyond my brain. Now, if you want to know how your car works, I got you. All right, you want to know how your car works and how to fix it due to certain problems and blah, blah. It's mechanical stuff. I can understand something like if I see something running, I can understand how it works, why it works, and be able to fix it if something goes wrong. That's mine. But as far as the type of math you're talking about, that's beyond me.
Well, the math is pretty much adding. You add three numbers and see how much it adds to.
But where do you get your numbers?
From a PDF called Transcontinental Triangulation in the American Arc of the Parallel. Whatever the hell that means. This is pretty much where everyone's getting their triangles from, so I'm getting those triangles from here too.
Yeah, but what kind of numbers are you adding?
Azimuthal angles.
Which look like what?
Let me show you one example.
Yeah.
Okay, just post it in chat.
See, I would have to have a whole nother lesson on what I'm even looking at.
I mean, there's a column that says observed angles.
Yeah.
Observed angles. So one angle is 160 degrees, 15 minutes, and 8.13 seconds.
See, that right there, what you just said, 160 or 160 degrees, 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 13 seconds, whatever, however you read that last part. I don't even know that part. Like that, how you read that, that's the part. That's what I'm saying. Like you started off, oh, it's just this. I didn't even know how you would look at that until you just said that.
Okay, it's simple. So a degree is like an hour. An hour is made up of 60 minutes. A minute is made up of 60 seconds. Same thing for angles. You have 160 degrees, 15 minutes. So each one of those minutes is a 60th of a degree. And you have 8.13 seconds. Each one of those seconds is a 60th of a minute. That is a 60th of a degree. That's it. Pretty simple. I don't get that.
Okay, so it all backs down on 60s.
Yeah, exactly. Or you could just...
I get it, yeah. Okay, yeah, I got it.
And then you can add the seconds, and they might add to a minute, and then you add them to the minutes, and you add the minutes. If they added up to more than 60, that's an extra degree.
Well, what about the 91 seconds at Heath? That's more than a minute.
What do you mean?
Well, you said you would add it over to the minute, right? Is that not 2 minutes, 91 seconds that reads at Heath?
Oh, where are you reading that?
In the link you posted, in the little picture you posted.
What about it?
At Heath, it says
Oh,
at the end it says 2 minutes 91 seconds, right?
no, 2.91 seconds. 2.91.
Oh, 2.91 seconds. Okay.
Yes. Anyway, if you add all those angles, all those degrees, the minutes and the seconds, and that adds up to more than 180 degrees, we call that an excess. If that's less than 180 degrees, I don't know how you call that, but it is just like the excess, but in the other direction. Anyway, I gotta go have dinner, so you guys have a good night.
Well, thanks for the class.
You're welcome. Anytime. Bye.
Ice, you still there?
Yeah.
So what Discords have you been frequenting when you have time?
This one, Ors, Counterspace, and the two politics and religion servers. That's it.
Oh, so you don't have the Cosmology Tatara server.
That one too. Yeah, that one also.
I'm normally over there.
Yeah, but isn't it better here?
It's quieter here. It's not many conversations going at one time here. Like a lot of times, most of the people are AFK. So I like to come into a room that's enveloped in conversation, listen for about 15 minutes to see like what the conversation is about, what the topic's on, and maybe interject if I see an opportunity to say something. But in a room full of silence, I mean, you kind of have to make your own conversation. Where do you hang out in politics? Wait, it's just called politics now, right?
There's a politics one and a politics and religion one.
Oh,
So the
PNR.
politics and religion one
Yeah,
has.
PNR. Okay, yeah. I haven't been there in a while because I've moved over to just the one that says politics now.
Yeah, I usually.
I'll send it to you.
Okay. You sure I'm not on it already?
You tell me. I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I'm on that one already.
Oh well, then.
Yeah, I used to be more active over there. I got like roles, but yeah, whatever.
Well, if I'm not in Tatara, you'll usually find me in like the smoke lounge. Although I have seen what's his name? Goose? Bubble Blog Goose. Gooseneck. Gooseneck Apologetics, that's him. I have run into him over in the politics server. He's still trying to debate his very Calvinist version of God.
He's doing a noble thing, man.
Well, I mean, it's Calvinist though.
Dude, this is why, I shouldn't like you, man, because you're like, yeah, I know too much about Christianity. The Calvinists of all things.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, it's like, I mean, even if I was to go back to being a follower myself, right, and understanding Christianity, it still didn't put me to Calvinist, and Calvinist is just bad, dude.
Let's just say Calvinist, but I think there's some things wrong with the Calvinist belief, but not everything. I don't remember offhand right now what's like wrong. There's some parts of it that's wrong, but whatever. The man's happy, man.
Yeah.
You want to set him straight? Hold on. You as an atheist, you want to set him straight on his Calvinist views.
That's not possible, and you know it.
You could try, man. That would make really good.
Do you not remember some of the debates he had with R.C. Meisty?
I think they're still trying to do it. I left from there and came over here. They had like a little chat. I don't know if those two like each other though.
No, well, I mean, I've never seen them get into any kind of heavy conflict with each other. But I mean, R.C. Meisty was a Mormon. I mean, and he was a Calvinist.
But the Mormon thing is more, at least considered by mainstream Christianity to not be Christian. Calvinists can maybe get away. They'd be more critical of the Mormons than the Calvinists.
Oh, I'm agreeing with you on that one. I would be more critical of Calvinists or Mormons than Calvinists. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, your guy is John Smith.
Dude,
how much more fucking vague can you be?
Dude, like when I started to like,
isn't that what we call unidentified dead bodies of males? Like when they get identified in the morgue of some place, don't they call them John Smiths? And
yeah,
no, it's not Smiths. It's Does. I'm sorry,
John Doe, yeah.
and Jane Doe. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. I realized it as I said it.
But the Smith is almost it's like the second tier.
Yeah, right. It's Smith is a second tier.
Yeah. But have you ever watched this documentary called The God Makers?
No.
It's about Mormonism. Dude, just go watch that and come back and tell me what you think, dude. I asked him if he watched it. He's like, no, I didn't watch that. It's propaganda or something. And bro,
the God Maker.
Yeah, the God Makers. It's about Mormons.
A documentary about Mormons?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the title alone already seems like it's going to do a disservice against the
Dude,
Mormons.
it's not doing a disservice. It has to do with the teachings that they have. What you can do after watching it, go research if it's factual. Like,
I might watch it. Yeah, if I do watch it, I will end up digging in the opposite direction just so I can hear, like, if not one biased view, I want to hear the other biased view so that I can make
yeah,
my own mind up.
I totally agree with that. But dude, it's no, let me not say. Just go watch it. If you watch it tonight, I'm gonna be on late tonight. I think.
Where can I
I
find
would
it?
discuss that with you.
Where can I find it?
Dude, I don't even know if it's on YouTube. Let me check.
All right, so another random question for you guys. Does your wife still think I'm going to hell?
When she comes back. Thinking and knowing is two different things.
I know. I know thinking and knowing's two different things. I know.
Okay, so search online.
After our last conversation, I was so atheist that she thought I was going to hell.
Okay, so there are two documentaries, right? I think you can find both online. I'm looking at it right now. So just search the God Makers, and you'll see the God Makers, Mormonism Exposed, and then the God Makers Part 2 or something like that. Oh, hilarious psychic thinks Talaga, the atheist guy when the church has it. She's laughing, so I guess no. He's, yeah, she says she's not the judge, so it would be wrong of her to make such
Thank
a
you.
statement.
Tell her thank you.
He said thank you. He's like, you should go reread the Bible with some understanding.
How many more times?
Dude, I think she's up to believe that if you read it, you shouldn't get the wrong message. But because I've been talking to people about this type of thing for years, that's not the case. It's a little bit too simple
hold
to
on.
think that way.
If that's the way she thinks, have you ever thought to ask about why is there then if you can read the Bible and come away with it with exactly one type of message as she wants to think, then why is there people that read the Bible and become Catholics or Protestants, Muslims, Baptists, Pentecostals?
One correction, dude. One correction, dude.
How is it that
Hold
people
on.
come across it to so many different ways?
One correction. You can never read the Bible and come out as a Muslim, dude. I don't know where you got that from.
Well, is that not true? Because I mean, the Muslims don't deny that Jesus was a prophet; they just deny that he was a Messiah.
You have to know more about the Muslim faith and their overall beliefs, because they think that a lot of the Bible has been corrupted. So even though they say that, they don't take the Bible as being without error.
Well, yeah, that's kind of leading up to it, though. I mean, but because you can come out of reading the Bible with a different view, right? They come out of the Bible reading it, saying, "Oh, this is full of errors." Just like a Protestant, a Methodist, a Baptist, a Church of Christ, the whole nine yards. I mean, they all come out of reading the same book with a different viewpoint.
The question that you asked is very complex, because here's the thing: you can't just say why do they come out with different thoughts or beliefs, because everyone has their own biases, number one, and they tend to go in with. So when you read the Bible, instead of going into it with a bias, it's best to go into it based on the context. So it all depends on what's being said, what's being written, and who is it being written to, and how was it
How many people actually do that?
Not a lot, but that's the problem. So that's why you have so many denominations, and I don't think you'd have like a Catholic. Well, Catholic just means universal. So the Roman Catholic would be like the
What
problem.
denomination would you consider yourself? I mean, I know you're a believer, so I mean, considering like what you just said, what denomination would you consider yourself?
As soon as I read the Bible myself, I was a non-denominational person.
Oh, come on.
Honestly,
That is
I used to go to the Baptist church.
that is a denomination itself. What it means when you say non-denominational, it means I believe in the Bible the way I want to, regardless of what anyone else says. That's what
I wouldn't say
non-denominational means.
Hold on, no. I would not say regardless of what anyone else says, because even after being non-denominational, I had a viewpoint which was subordinationism. That's incorrect. That I had corrected after. So it's not that you can't change anything, because if that was the case, I couldn't be corrected on anything.
Yeah, you couldn't be corrected with anything. Like you're right 100% of the time because it is your personal way of belief.
That's what I'm saying. That's not the case. with me, and I'm assuming for a lot of different people, if it can be proved from the Bible, then my mind as well as others can be changed to the correct view.
How so? Like, if you consider yourself,
How so?
because you consider yourself non-denominational, which means exactly what we just said, right? That you have your
It
way
doesn't
of
mean you don't
believing
listen
it.
to reason, though.
Well, then, okay, what would you then be afterward?
Okay, let's use my subordinationism as an example, right? So when I read the Bible, I saw the Father being the head, so the top. So he would have a rank higher than, let's say, Jesus, right? So Jesus and the Holy Spirit. So within that system, you have the Father at the top, and then for the Son and the Holy Spirit, I used to say, well, they could either have the same position beneath that, or in a ladder. I'm not sure. I used to sometimes say, well,
So you don't put the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit as an equal thing.
right, I never used to do that. So, and that was after me reading.
The Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are is an equal thing.
Yes, then that's what I'm saying. After a while, rereading and also having people say, well, that's not correct, found that to be the case, that I was not correct. So being non-denominational doesn't mean you can't be
How did you
corrected or
determine that you were not correct in the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit being the same thing?
how did I determine that?
Yes.
Studying and also having some
Can you
friends.
Can you point to something in Scripture that I might be able to reference as saying that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit are not the same thing? Because I mean that is like a fundamental thing to Trinitarianism, right? I mean that is the whole aspect. Like they are the same thing. And you're telling me that there's something that is there in Scripture that led you away from that being true. I would love to know that.
No, not they're not the same thing. I would say they're of the same essence and same class. However, someone having a higher rank, which would be the Father, meaning me and you, we can both be human or brothers or whatever, but someone has a higher ranking, so more
That would still be
authority.
a hierarchy.
The reason why I think that someone had or the Father had more authority was because it always says that the Father sent the Son. But I've seen other sections of the Bible that refer to the Son asking the Father to go do this or do that.
The
So
Holy Spirit.
it's not right. So it's not that complicated. So maybe I just read it incorrectly.
Is the Holy Spirit not above the Father and the Son?
No, I would not say that they're equal.
So so the Holy Spirit is equal with the Father? Because you've already made a case saying that the Father is above the Son. So
Dude,
would you where would you
hold
say
on,
that
Solaris.
the Spirit is equal with the Father?
Hold on, Solaris. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. This is what I used to think, not anymore.
Well, I understand that. I understand that. I'm trying to put it together though, as unless I can, I come across this in the future. I'm trying to put it together.
All right, so
this is a very unique perspective. I just want you to know, like I have not come across a perspective that said that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit were not equal partners.
That's what I'm saying. It would have been the problem with my understanding or comprehension of it, because I'm putting my biases in. Because I'm like, if I'm a leader, I'm sending people to go do this and do that, and not putting any emphasis on the times where the Son would ask the Father to do things just like the Father asked the Son. So I was being biased and only thinking of the Father being more powerful or being higher rank, I should say, because he sent the sun.
So,
So
are you saying that
it,
now you're of the opinion of it all being equal?
yes.
Ah,
So now I'm just a regular old Trinitarian.
yep. Welcome to your world. And I'll be back with you in a second, man. Give me a minute.
All right.
Oh, is it Glober Day in here? Nobody's talking, huh? Did the globe get crushed again today? Oh, man. How do stars form? Look at that. Accumulation of gas and dust, which collapse due to gravity and starts to form stars. Look at that, people. Gas and dust condense by gravity. Imagine that, huh?